It's a secret, but it's an open secret. It's plain to all, but only if you see and understand. Then don't you understand this parable? Then how will you understand any parable? It's a secret, but it's an open secret. It's plain to all, but only if you see and understand. Then Jesus said to them, don't you understand this parable? Then how will you understand any parable? It's a secret, but it's an open secret. It's plain to all, but only if you see and understand. Then don't you understand this parable? Then how will you understand any parable? It's a secret, but it's an open secret. It's plain to all, but only if you see and understand. Then Jesus said to them, don't you understand this parable? Then how will you understand any parables?
Good evening, good morning, good afternoon, good night. Welcome aboard, my lovely VNA people. We got a Saturday cook-up for you. I've had promises made by a certain Neil Daedalus that he's got some rants he needs to get off his chest, and I've heard tell of a man by the name of Timoteo who will be volunteering to spar, to give rebuttals, to play, as it were, an advocate for the devil himself. So we got that to look forward to. In the meantime, I disappear whenever I highlight a comment, so that's weird. We've got a banner that's not right. Every time I click. Is that happening for you guys, or is that just on my end? Am I getting removed? Am I getting out of the VNA bubble? What's going on? Yep. Welcome to the Neil versus Tayo. Yeah, it's going to be a rant and chill. But the thing is, on Saturdays, yeah. Good to see you, Mark. Good to see you, Jason. All right. Neil's already in the chat, so I might as well go ahead and drop the link. And then at least I can get some feedback on whether or not my it's just on my end or, StreamYard having its difficulties. But the bubble's fine. Okay, we're still within the VNA bubble. So if you guys haven't noticed this, the Sundays are the chill streams. The Saturdays are the cook-ups. So the beats can be harder. The conversation can be spicier. You just never know what you're going to get. Oh, you're right. You're right, Grim. Ask and you shall receive. The highly sought after, rarely found apparently, Ko-Fi link. You've heard him talk about it on other folks' streams. You've heard him commented in the Hive Mind. You've heard people mention it on streams he's not even a part of. If you want to be a part of the VNA network, the Shadow Cabal, Cabal to the Cabal, Shadows of the Shadows. You ever heard of a shadow casting a shadow? Well, you're in one, buddy. If only you'll donate to my Ko-Fi. And that's right, folks. We've got an exciting show for you today. Not only am I going to be making a beat, and I'm going to do my best to make it fire, because we've got the Saturdays are for the heat. It's the cookout, and it's like a cook-up. It's a cook-up, not a cookout. I said it wrong. And so you just never know, right? But tomorrow we'll definitely get back to our chill ways. We'll relax a little bit. But for today, I think that there's been, maybe Dumir can help us out. Maybe Mars has been in retrograde or some crazy thing happening in the heavens above. But, just reading the vibes around the space seems like there might be something in the water, something in the air, something in the food we eat, something in the media we consume. Are you feeling the unease? Are you feeling that unease? Unease is a weird word. Unease. If you missed it today in the Broken Clock Tower Discord, we had our first Trolls Ballet. And, Mark S. feels fine. So it must just be me. It must just be me. That's okay. That's okay. Anyway. Now Grim's wanting me to pin the link, and I caught the comment from PVK that, more seasoned streamers make sure to essentially pin the link. But guess what? I'm not a conventional streamer. And if you're here today because PVK sent you, I got bad news. Actually, it might not be bad news, but this is my channel. We do things a little crazy here. I like having to repost the link. It reminds people like, oh yeah, that's an option. When it's just pinned at the top there, it just becomes like a part of the furniture. Neil, how goes it?
Good morning, sir. We haven't had one of our legendary 2-hour conversations in a very long time publicly.
That's true.
Privately, that's a different matter, but publicly, and we owe our adoring audience a 2-hour conversation that others can jump in and participate on, but that I'm going to monopolize.
We're playing
Yeah.
checkers and you're playing Monopoly. I love it. 4D Monopoly coming your way.
Yeah, I've been annoyed with a lot of things. I think it's mostly about me. Whenever it's the case that I'm annoyed with a lot of things, and it's my own inadequacies, my own problems. Chad has taught me well. I'm a Chad protege. But where do I start? Well, I've been sick, which is always annoying, and coughing up lots of phlegm lately. So apologies for my Elon Muskiness. I am frustrated with the state of the Democratic Party. I'm frustrated with the state of politics, generally speaking. I think the left just wants to whine more than it wants to win or take constructive feedback or criticism. So I could go on a rant about what I would like of the left. I'm very irritated by the left because I'm not a right-wing guy. I'm not a left-wing guy, but that means the left is half the political establishment of the country that I love, and I want them to properly reflect. And I'm not saying that I know what they should properly reflect, but I can compare what they reflected when I was a kid to what they are now, and it's a very different thing. So I'm frustrated by that. I'm frustrated by the Collinses, because I listen to, the Collinses or Urban Monoculture Lad. He triggers me just about as much or more than anyone else that's even peripherally in the corner. And it's a similar criticism to that which I have for Jordan Peterson, which is, where's the grace?
Where's the grace?
Where's the trust in a broader power? But also his science, I think, his social science has some fundamental, like David Ricardo style flaws. And David Ricardo is the famous economist who said, we're all going to die and starve, and everything's going to be horrible and terrible. And yeah, so I'm frustrated with the Collinses. I can attack them all day. And I'm also frustrated with the state of our culture to produce good art when something like Sleep Token's Emergence comes out, which is so good and so beautiful. It's insanely beautiful. And I said this to my wife, that it's like the first time in 15 years that I've actually cared about new music and a new artist. And I know it's not vicariously through Chad. Hey, Christian. So anyway, so I'm frustrated with, and I'm also frustrated that I think the meaning crisis, the same crisis has been going on for the last 70 years, and we haven't learned a damn thing. And we seem no closer to learning, like the things that I've learned over the last 10 years, we seem no closer to learning as a society and a culture. And I'm also frustrated with myself because I have no idea how to actually share effectively. Chris Williamson talks about this with Joe Rogan yesterday. He said, I'm going to get it wrong in terms of how he framed it, but it's like, if the other person is already convinced of the rightness of their position in any way, shape, or form, and that includes myself, but if the other person is already convinced that they know the truth, that they've got it right, there's nothing to be received. And my frustration is socioeconomic and or metaphysical hardship the only way to soften a person's heart enough to receive? It was the only thing that softened my heart enough to receive in meekness the implanted word. Thank you, Luke Thompson. All right. So anyway, so I'm frustrated with a whole bunch of things. Some of them are personal to me. Some of them are my own biases. Most of them are my own biases. So anyway, pick up any one of those streams, brother. Hey, howdy, Christian.
Hey, man.
Christian, welcome aboard. Crashing the Neil rant stream. Do you have any hot takes of your own on this hot Saturday? What say you?
It's interesting because I'm not. I don't know if I'm not angry politically, but I'm kind of, I'm not activated, and it's a little bit more like, I don't know. I don't have a lot of intense feelings about politics right now, I guess. There are things that I don't like. There are things that maybe I think are good. And then, and you and I mean, we talked yesterday, so there was a lot, and Neil even brought in some of that actually with his sleep token comment, asking the question of which I think, because the most interesting thing I think Neil said was, I do not, what can he do, you do, Neil, to effectively encourage the implanted word? I think, and I do think that that's the season. I think that, I mean, you're working hard on Midwest Estuary, I think that sleep token, is that, I don't know what that is. Jesus.
No, it's bringing the loaves and the fishes.
Okay. Yeah, exactly. And I mean, we just have to aim, and we have to aim, and we have to go and do. And that's something you've done. I mean, I remember the live stream when you were talking with Paul about considering this endeavor, like, I don't know, 9 months ago or something like that. And so sometimes the things are slow. The bigger things sometimes are slow, I guess. And we're in the kind of the digital speed. Doesn't feel like you're doing anything, but that's my encouragement to you.
Welcome, Mark S. Christian encouraging Neil. I don't know if he's encouraging him to continue ranting or to stop his ranting and take refuge in the providence of God. But either way, Mark S., thanks for joining. Oh, and we got 2 more people waiting in the wings. Wow.
I'm gonna add one more frustration, which is Ark, and Christian has covered this I'm not even frustrated by that, because I honestly, I think Ark's incompetence or Peterson's I'm frustrated with Peterson because I love the man. I absolutely love the man. And but his inability to see what's possible when he just releases the reins creates this space for us to create all these conferences, do all these little things. And I'm frustrated with my own frustration because, like you said, Christian, these things take a slow time to bubble and grow. And I'm glad for that. And the reason I'm frustrated in my own frustration is because why can't I just be patient and allow things to be slowly over time? Why can't I just be even keel?
Well, for me, it's this contrast between this digital speed and kind of embodied human speed. Like, we're used to, I mean, we're hopping on here, talking all over the United States and the world, and ideas. I was talking, I guess it was Cadell. I was talking about the speed. He talks about the speed of ideas that's taken place. So it's like the ideas happen so fast. But what we do with our hands and our bodies and other bodies, and even in our, like, I think this does go back to like kind of some propositional stuff, because like, okay, so I've got these ideas. I think these things are good. They've maybe even helped me as a person. But how do you, like all the 4 P's of knowing, like how do they enact in time and space in our bodies and our communities and these relationships? And it is a lot slower process. And I think it's the worthwhile one whether that was like you're talking about with art, like Sleep Token isn't playing a digital get big quick game, you know, and it's in those things that there's like a potency. And even to Peterson's rise to fame, like there was a potency in writing maps of meaning in the late 90s and doing 200 lectures online that were already there, you know. So I think that's part of it.
Interesting. Well, I do want to note that we've got our two new frenemies, James and Chris. I believe they're both from the old what is it, Myth Vision, which I have still not checked out, unfortunately. And but welcome, gentlemen. I see you guys came in a gang this time, so I hope you weren't planning on ganging up on us and making us not believe in God anymore. Because I'm telling you, it won't work. It won't work on me, I tell you.
Foiled. Our plans are foiled.
If that's the plan, I'm out of here. I'm weak.
And we got somebody else. Rod, it looks like
we are weak, but he is strong. Yes. Jesus loves me. Yeah. Yes.
Remember where the mute button is. There we go.
Unmuted.
Okay. Amen, Neil.
We've also got Rod. Rod, welcome.
Hey guys, can you hear me?
Yes, sir.
Loud and clear.
I can hear you good.
All right. So the topic on the table is Neil's hot takes, which Neil, you want to give us a summary of your hot takes or where the conversation has gone up to this point? Maybe it'd be good for us to or maybe it would be good to talk more about the sleep token. So I'll leave it up to you, Neil, to manage the conversation now.
Yeah, I don't think I can express properly in words the subtleties of the genius of this new song of Sleep Token called Emergence. I don't know. I'm not musically trained, and so all of those subtleties are not something I can express effectively. But if you listen to something enough times, and you can, anyway, my music appreciation has grown with age like a fine wine, and I trust Chad's judgment as well, but I also trust my own. But those things like the subtleties of fine art, we don't trust the consumer anymore. We don't trust the individual to actually be able to pick up on that. And I think Sleep Token is a response to that yes, the individual will pick up on the subtleties of fine art, and nothing that the AI can currently do can approach those subtleties, because those subtleties are felt they're felt by something objective and transcendent, and they're not an aggregate of the production of human culture as such historically in the past, which is all that AI is. It's something that's beyond that is felt. And anyway, so I see that from Sleep Token, and I see it as a clarion call of like, art is not dead. But at the same time, the vast majority of the world has lost faith in art or anything more than, let's say, shallow, satisfy me in the moment entertainment. So I don't know. Have we reached peak Vine? Have we reached peak latency shortage entertainment? Short latency entertainment such that people hunger for something deeper and more meaningful. And that's all I can say about the art question. It's like, because I know that there's that hunger out there, and I suspect it's a big part of improving the meaning crisis. Anyway, yeah, anything on art. Otherwise, we can move on to politics, which is always fun.
I'll say something quick about that, Neil. It jogged something I was thinking about, which was like, I heard that, I don't remember the guy's name, but in the 1800s, some composer like proclaimed that within 10 years of his life, all melodies were going to be exhausted, and there was going to be absolutely no way to make new music ever again. And it was like the late 1800s. And then it's something I've thought is funny. Like, is there an end to all the art you can make? You know, but then, like, I was listening to this podcast about Gregory of Nyssa, and he was talking about how God is infinite. So, and which I never actually really had thought about that. I thought about God as eternal. But if God is infinite, and then I saw this YouTube short where this old lady said she had a vision and she got to heaven, and God showed her something beautiful, and he said he was going to have her, he was going to have new things to show her for all of eternity,
Hmm.
you know? And I mean, I'm not saying that even really happened, but I just thought it was an interesting thought, you know? And so I kind of wonder if these things are actually infinite, you know, and like you talking about like the human spirit versus AI, you know, just copying the human spirit. I think the AI art is gonna get a little bit better to where it's gonna, because like right now you can just tell an AI song, you know, but it's gonna get to the point to where maybe you can't, but still, that like Lightning Hopkins, the old blues player, he just played everything in the key of E major. It's like every song was the same notes, the same chords, and the same tempo, and he would just go on forever and just make a new song just on that, you know. So it's like, yeah, I don't know. That's just something I was thinking about when you were talking.
Can I jump
Well,
in here? Oh,
okay. Well, you can go, Rod. I'm not. I'm in the real rush. So
Rod actually produces music.
this is a response to somewhat to your provocation, Neil, but also what you just said, Mark. It made me think of this. I quote this so often that I actually wrote it down on my phone because I often read this quote when I'm sitting with a new artist who wants to change the world. So see if you can guess who said this. The world doesn't need any more songs. As a matter of fact, if nobody wrote any songs from this day on, the world ain't gonna suffer for it. Nobody cares. There's enough songs for people to listen to if they want to listen to songs. For every man, woman, and child on earth, they could be sent, probably each of them, 100 songs and never be repeated. There's enough songs. ... Unless someone's going to come along with a pure heart and something to say. That's a different story.
hmm.
That
uh,
is Bob Dylan.
hmm.
And I heard
So
that quote like when he was, I think when he wrote his book, he was doing a lot of media around it. He did that 60 Minutes, that famous 60 Minutes interview, a lot of other media. And I think that I was around that time, so it's probably 15 years ago or so. And I went back and looked for it because I'd been quoting it so many times. I'm like, I wanted to get it right. But there's the man himself telling us we don't need any more songs, unless. And I think what you're trying to say, Neil, is the unless part.
well, for me, my interpretation of AI and artists, well, like the artist spaces, um, the fundamental underscoring problem is it's something that's new, well, that is capably not encroaching, but it's just something that a tool that's just like super new, and it's basically thrown everything back into the Wild West, if so to speak. Like a case in point, when was it? Sorry, I'm talking about when first like the digital sorry, like the digital revolution of downloading stuff online. Um, uh, you know, just first came about in the '90s. The record companies are basically put a hissy fit and were essentially forced into the digital age, and they tried to basically try to boycott and all that stuff, and in the end, most of the record companies anyway are still here, and it's just that their modus operandi needed to be changed and tweaked a little bit. And it's the same thing with AI art, whether it's music or physical art, because you can do other you can do basically many things with AI, but it's just we don't really know what to do with it, and also we don't know how to regulate it, or to a certain degree, or to which everybody can be happy still, or I guess, or in, I don't know if I'm making sense over here, but yeah.
Neil mentioned coming to the end. Are we at the end of that cycle? I mean, some people are. You know, when Paul said something like the corners where YouTube bottoms out, you know, like uh things are bottom. I do think things are bottoming out. And the question then is what kind of will come up from that. And the advent of AI is the bottoming out of digital prophilicity in a certain way, you know, with, and so it's actually it's a good place to be, even though I think it's frustrating. But places like this are fertile. And that's, you know, I mean, it was a fertile year for me last year, so many ways related to all of that stuff. And it helped me come out of, or being able to start delineating certain aspects of like entertainment versus art and those types of things. And so yeah, I think that it is a frustrating time, but I think it's hopeful time, but it's also in these kind of, and even for Peterson, to go back to your point about ARC, Neil, we are all grasping at straws on like how do we do this, you know, whether it's meta postmodern thing, you know, it is a question.
Are you getting any satisfaction, Neil? You
No.
started with a provocation. How far you want to go with this? Because there's a lot to what you're saying. We can dig deeper. There's a lot to it.
I guess what interests me the most, because you have, both you and Christian Rod have a lot of experience with music, and McMo too. Even though, where did McMo go? But anyway, where do you think creativity comes from? As a non-theist, or I don't want to put you in a box, but I'll say non-Christian, I think I could safely say that. Where do you think creativity comes from? What do you make of the idea of spirits that are in the air, or principalities that emerge between individuals? And yeah, I guess what is your, because you've been around musicians, you've been around true creatives for a long time. Where does that come from?
Don't call me a non-Christian, for crying out loud. I'm not a practicing Christian, but I'm not a non. I'm just not.
Okay, Facebook status, it's complicated.
I defy labels. Well, it's funny because I talked to Luke for like 3.5 hours yesterday he was in a drive to his in-laws' place. It was like a 4-hour drive or more, and I kept him company, and we talked about a lot of this stuff. I guess my frame is men and women. You know, the most irreducible unit of everything, value creation and everything else, is when a man and a woman come together and invent the future. Imagine it first and then create it. My first conversation with PVK, I said, you know, if you take the Genesis story, and there they are in the Garden of Eden, you know, God creates Adam, and then he creates Eve, and then the trouble starts. You know, it's like you can almost see the ancient Israelites, you know, struggling to try to put a frame around this vexing and seemingly unsolvable problem of the sort of misalignment of interest between men and women. Yet it's also where all the friction comes from. It's where all the creativity comes from. It's where all the angst. It's also where all the beauty, and it's highly generative, but also highly vexing. And you can almost say that the best we can do is come up with something like an imperfect solution to an unsolvable problem or something like that, right? And so for me, that's where creativity comes from. It's it's also my joke about the men are pragmatics, are romantics masquerading as pragmatics, and women are pragmatics masquerading as romantics, right? It's like there is a way in which the the again, you asked me what my frame is. My frame is this kind of masculine, feminine, order, chaos. You can pick your yin yang, you can pick your frame, but that's essentially the sort of genesis of it. And what the way I experience the world we're living in right now is that the tectonic plates that are shifting under our feet are the misalignment of interests between men and women. It's a kind of continental trend
Mm.
as the plates are drifting apart, and we all feel it. And um, it's painful and sad and exasperating, and it's a lot of things, right? So, um, I mean, again, I go on and on about this, so I won't. But that would be where I would start.
But in that vein, though, would you be so bold as to say there are two forms of, at base, there are two fundamental different forms of beauty, two different forms of goodness, two different forms of truth? So I don't see anything other than the transcendentals as the hope of unifying that which makes us different. So let me lay a theory on you, Rod. I don't know if I got into this in Rhode Island. No, sorry, Connecticut. Connectuary. The theory is, as technology increases, the two things happen. The amount of time that we each individually have to pursue our heart, so inward out discovery of who we are, the amount of time goes up, and then also the amount of options that we have to explore and pursue. So I could not become an anime fiend, 200 years ago, A, because it didn't exist, but B, because I didn't have any connection to Japan 200 years ago. So just the multiplicity of options skyrockets, combined with the capacity to explore those options and the time to do so. So basically, technology works as, my theory here is, technology is a difference maximizer. It maximizes the difference between people.
Solvent, even.
Yeah. So what counteracts that, I believe, is the transcendentals at base, like I don't know how else to describe it. The thing that is objectively transcendently true, the thing that is objectively transcendently good, or objectively transcendently beautiful. And so what I'm saying is that, men and women completely, on average, wired completely differently, but they're still bound by the same transcendentals to a greater or lesser degree. Now, I'm not saying people don't have preferences in relation to those transcendentals. I'm not saying that some people like country music and some people like metal music and this and that. It's a dance and a marriage between people's own proclivities and the goodness and the beauty in those things. But what I will say is that regardless of how much I individually am predisposed, let's say, to country music or rap or whatever, that we each within us have a sense of quality that we can detect within that form, within that genre. Now, McMo's ability to detect quality in rap is probably much higher than me because of his proclivities to like rap. However, I would say that I still have the same quality detection. It's just not as refined. And so what I'm saying is, like, I guess what I'm asking is, like, what hope do we have of uniting the differences between us, other than the transcendentals and our ability to better cultivate an appreciation, a quality detection in the transcendentals? And I mean that also for truth and goodness as well. I don't mean that in just beauty, but I like Bishop Barron's framing that beauty is the thing that hits us first. It's unavoidable. You can reason yourself out of goodness and truth, but it's very hard to. That's the one thing we seemingly haven't deconstructed in the modern era, is like following your whatever. We don't call it this, but it's basically follow your beauty, whatever hits you.
We tried with brutalism and everything else. We certainly tried, but I agree, and I like that frame too. I was about to say that Bishop Barron's frame that it's the most accessible of the three transcendals. I think everybody would agree with you, Neil. That
No, I have quibbles. I have quibbles with Neil's outlook. I think that the situation's a little bit more complicated. I don't think that aesthetic value is I don't think that you can formalize it. I don't think that you can, like, I think that art works in the realm of ought, and you can't derive is from a ought and vice versa, right? So I don't see that kind of objectification of the value as ultimately reliable, but I will say that it's very fun to do. So I will partake in it. You know, if we need to get to rank ordering all of the art that's ever been, I think that would be a very fun task. But I don't think that it would ultimately, like, I don't think that we could formulate a system that we could rely on, because I think that beauty is a lot closer to something like the sublime or interaction with the divine. And so in that way, I think it's meant to break our categories and break our formulas. And I think that kind of experience of our categories and formulas being broken is what is the capital T B beautiful. But with that being said, I do want to give Christian the opportunity to grift, because we had a wonderful conversation yesterday, guys. And spoiler alert, it's on a lot of these same topics. Christian, I had an amazing time. I just want to thank you for having me on with these heavy hitters. But and I forgot to actually plug my streams on the weekend, so I should have done that. But I'm glad that
we made a
plug your channel, the much bigger and have more heat channel on my little channel. Please promote away.
You got Chris Young out of the lurk. Wow.
Yeah, this was his out of lurkerdom. I mean, he's been on one of my streams before, but yeah, I pulled him off the road. He was like backstage tuning his guitar while we were trying to have a conversation. So it was fun. It's the question, what even is creativity? We hit a lot of this stuff from guys, because Neil, you even asked like people that, I mean, we've been in conversations probably even a little bit intense related to like, is everybody a creative, and what is, and all those kinds of questions. And, the guys in here have kind of put the blood, sweat, and care into like developing their craft. And they've all been on, well, at least Chris hasn't, but we've all done episodes on my channel. But I tried to get Matt Krotz was supposed to be a part of this, but he had a work emergency and had to bail. And so writer, illustrator, singers, producers, I called Chris the virtuoso because he's an incredible guitar player. And so we kind of did this corner style, not estuary, in the terms of Chad and how he's hosted those, and on his channel on Friday morning, and Neil's hosted those before. And so, yeah, but it was really good. It's these guys went to all sorts of really great places related to this, and just to, so that'll be out. I'm talking with PVK about trying to promote it after if he's live streaming on Friday. So we'll see if that happens or not. And but yeah, for Friday for sure. And but yeah, the
LARP! We have the ability to LARP and LARP hard.
Grift harder, grift harder.
Grift with ardor.
Grift harder, grift harder.
LARP! We have the ability to LARP and LARP hard.
Grift harder, grift harder.
That was a McMo one, I think. I believe that was a McMo masterpiece. I think that was his stylistic impression, signature thereof. Okay.
Actually, the real secret is Chad made that branding.
Yeah. Yeah.
We did it.
I don't know what Tayo's talking about. My mugshot?
Dude,
This one?
he looks
Is
like he looks so hardcore. Locked in.
Is he talking about in this photo right here?
Yeah.
Oh,
Locked in.
dang. I was
Everybody's
pretty locked in. I felt like it went really good. Like, honestly, it was one of the better estuary experiences that I've had. And that's not to say that like my other estuary experiences were bad. That I'm saying that like it was one of the better out of some really good ones. And so yeah, again, Christian, I mean it. Like, thank you for bringing all of us together. I thought it was like a wonderful mix of people, and the conversation was like, I don't want to oversell it, but it was pretty. It felt good, even though I probably talked too much. You guys can tell me that. Let me know.
I usually don't do a lot of editing, but I've got to try to trim 6 minutes out of it. So I am kind of like getting some of the ums and stuff, so I can get it under 2
So
hours.
like half of what I said, probably.
But yeah, it was fun. And I have, with the estuary stuff, the corner has been for a long time. It feels like it's like, let's put the certain parts of our identity aside and just be like the person and come to this place as like, not this, not that, not this, not that. How much can we just come as me? And so I kind of had this curiosity of like, if you aimed estuary at like where there was another sub level of another part, like on top of the firmament of the corner, another sub level of connectivity related to something like creativity. And, I think there's some critiques that could be made from like, well, aren't a lot of people doing creative things, and why'd you pick these people? You just kind of have to go with it. I tried to pick people that have active projects that are tied
Christian,
to
it's okay. You can say it. You did it based on looks and looks alone. It's a fine way to judge. That's the way the entertainment industry has been run for years, man.
That's the beauty apologetic that Neil was just talking about.
Just come on and say it, dude. It's you picked because of looks.
That's right.
I do want to open the floor. It's a little inside baseball, and we do have some guests here. I did start this stream out with the idea of hot takes. So I was wondering if Chris M or James, if you guys had experienced any hot takes this weekend. What do you guys have enough hot takes to have like a hot take of the week? Because I do.
I want to hear your hot take first.
Well, my hot take is probably going to steer us more into the political if we think we can handle it.
I mean, mine would be as well, probably.
Okay, cool. Well, one of the things that was a topic of discussion on the Discord this week was kind of we were trying to process out loud maybe a little bit of like what Neil was talking about, like a disappointment in the Democratic Party. That's not how I framed it. I framed it as most of the people in Trump's cabinets being Democrats. And so my hot take is that basically Trump is the exact same president as Bill Clinton in a lot of ways. Maybe not the exact same, but like he's closer to Bill Clinton than he is to George Bush. And my parents voted for him. So like that. And so in general, the hot take is that this is another callback to the conversation with Christian. One of my hot takes in that was that basically like Christians and conservatives have like given up the battle or given up the fight on art and culture. So very much what Neil was talking about. But I think that what's necessary is a type of vibe shift akin to the current vibe shift. But like, I guess my hot take is I don't think people are understanding the vibe shift. I think that they're saying like, oh, this is this big right-wing vibe shift, when really it's like moderate Democrat, enough of a coalition. And I think that that's proven out by the fact that like a whole lot of people feel comfortable saying absolutely insane, crazy ideas, more comfortable than ever before. Now, maybe I'm telling on myself and my algorithms, but like X has basically become 4chan. Facebook and LinkedIn are the Walking Dead. Despair and despair that doesn't know it's in despair. And then Instagram is like all of the people who are like still succeeding at like basically holding down jobs and going to coffee shops and like posting, like sharing their lives online in a way that's not, it's not like TLC, right? Like it's not like people just popping up and like telling you what they think. It's literally like Profilicity gone wild. And now that I have these goggles, thanks to TLC and people like Griswold Grim, it just becomes more and more obvious to me that like for most people, they're still completely siloed. So like the vibe shift, here's the succinct hot take that you guys can run with. The vibe shift is a completely different thing and barely connected at all to TLC, Jordan Peterson, the ortho bros becoming conservative. I think that the two are not connected. How about that for a hot take?
I've got one thought. I saw somebody commenting on the Charlie Kirk and Gavin Newsom podcast that came out last week, and they were saying, well, why? Oh, it was John Christ talking to Michael Knowles, and he was saying that really Gavin Newsom recognizes that the shift, like you're saying, McMo, is really the Overton window tipped towards whatever the conservative T was. But a lot of those people like Gavin, like coming back on trans X, Y, and Z or whatever, is a fight for whatever that little bit of the barometer that tipped one way, and really a fight for, like you're saying, this kind of a fight for the moderate, whatever middle of the Overton window is that you were saying. Because when I look at the Trump coalition, I was like, the only conservative that's really put forward is maybe JD Vance. Like on a technical term, everybody else is like,
yeah, the NPR darling of what was it, 4 years ago, 5 years ago? When was it that he switched?
Well, I mean, he was still a Republican, but but because he was a rags to riches, it still fit a kind of, every working man thing. But when Peter Thiel snatched him up, it was like, oh, X. So I think that is the vibe shift. Isn't like you're saying in the niche relating to on certain things. But for the average, whatever average would want to call normie or whatever you want to put, I will say though that I think that ideas that like from an elite perspective, that certain ideas by people like Peterson have influenced or infected certain elite strains over time. Because like 5 years ago, when anything he put out was having millions of views, like it wasn't like the elite people weren't being influenced by his ideas; they just weren't talking about it. And so I think some of that has come down, but it's not in the consciousness of like average folk thought.
Well, maybe another way to frame what you're saying, starting with you, Mo and Christian, is the vibe shift is what we now. I remember maybe, I don't know, I forget exactly, 2016, 17, somewhere in there. I had a brief dust up with somebody on Twitter where they were referring to Joe Rogan as right wing. And I'm like, I wasn't even disagreeing. I'm like, doesn't that strike you as interesting? Like you're describing a Bernie bro basically as right wing, and all the other things that Joe Rogan is, kind of advocating drug use and all sorts of other things. It's like, when did that become right wing, right? And so another way to describe the vibe shift is we've redefined what the right and left are, right? And my frame since about, I don't know, early teens was something more like it's the women against the men and the women who love those men. And it's weird to see that all borne out in polls lately, right? Where you're seeing this massive shift where educated single women skew really hard left, and everybody else is kind of skewing the other way. So that was my frame. My frame is like, well, maybe Joe Rogan is right wing in the sense that he's kind of overtly signaling this kind of bro culture or something, right? And I remember even the early signs of problematizing Elon Musk, because he, of course, was the darling of the left for a long time, right? Was again, like, I don't know, in the mid-teens when you started hearing stories about his divorce and that he had, that he had treated his ex-wife badly or something. Like they were starting to problematize his personal life, and that was the first I'd ever heard of that. And that, of course, now here we are, right? So that you can feel the vibe shift. It isn't really traditional conservative liberal anymore. It's something else. What made right wing? And my theory is it's more like masculine versus feminine.
Yeah, this stuff's right up your alley, Rod. I think that I saw that same chart, and I don't think I thought of you, but as soon as you started talking, I was like, oh yeah, Rod, I bet was all over that chart. Because it basically proved a lot of what you've been talking about for a while now.
And hopefully it comes across. There's nothing gleeful in this makes me sad, right? Like I'm not happy about this at all. So
I believe you 100%, but I wouldn't fault you if you felt a little bit of "I told you so." I won't tell anybody. But Mark Parker's joined with, I'm sure, plenty to say, and we've also got Taya, who promised to rebuff Neil.
Yes.
Taya's explicit purpose for coming on today was to put Neil in his place and let him know what the real truth of the matter was. So if that can happen, and if it needs to happen, I want to make sure we have the space for it to happen. I want to be really hospitable to Tayo's vitriol.
I hope Tayo's feeling better too. He wasn't feeling well yesterday, so praying for Tayo's health. And also want to hear more from Neil. I think it's still vague in my mind. I'm still unclear what's exactly. I was waiting for the rant, so I'm still want to hear the rant from Neil.
All right.
But on your point, McMullen, briefly, and I'll give you. This is only going to take me. I can make this point in 2 minutes. You're making the point that you don't think the divide is real, and it doesn't really touch the corner. Am I summarizing you more or less correctly?
No, and this doesn't count towards your 2 minutes. I would say that I'm just my
You
hot
just
take
said
is
that the political divide is unreal.
No, not unreal. That there is the vibe shift is real. I think that we don't know exactly what it is yet. I think that a lot of people confidently say that it's this move rightward, and I want to problematize that because I think that Trump's whole cabinet is Democrats. There's people who want to give libertarianism the win
that's just
because
factually not correct.
Which
on
part?
The facts, that's just not correct.
Which facts?
His cabinet are made up of Democrats. His cabinet is not made up of Democrats.
The ones in getting the headlines and the cultural zeitgeist: RFK, Tulsi Gabbard, Elon Musk, J.D. Vance.
You mean former Democrats?
Yeah, former Democrats.
Well, what does that mean?
Right. I mean, just as a distinction that Mark might be trying to make.
Right. Isn't that the vibe shift, though? Is that like we've got all these former Democrats that are now
Tulsi and RFK are both bit players in the cabinet, and they're more for the dog and pony. The actual instrumental players are, in fact, very right wing, very Republican. And J.D. Vance, I don't know what constitutes a Republican if he's not. He was elected to the Senate as a Republican. He ran as vice president as a Republican. That's if it's just
he's not
he's not a real
Republican enough for me. He's a rhino in my book, Mark.
Well, Mark,
that's the game everybody wants to play. But here's my point.
If you say former Democrat, Mark, do you acknowledge it? That there are a lot of former Democrats?
There are some, but you'd have to. The agenda is it's the Heritage Foundation's 2025, right? That's the agenda being implemented. Elon Musk isn't even a native-born American, and his
Well, that's why
economics
he
were
can't be
always
Republican.
self-interested. His business is, I mean, has always taken priority. He's proven himself to be a good capitalist. He's always gone where the money is and the power is. And as soon as California became began to move against his economic self-interest, he started to move the company out of state and himself out of state, and moved himself to the right.
10 seconds left.
But let me point this out. This is my only 2-minute point, and everybody can have their fun. You know,
Whoa! I thought the 2 minutes. I thought the 2 minutes had been running, man. Come on.
No. This
take
was.
as
I
much
asked
time
you
as
if I
need
read
to.
you right. I asked you if I read you correctly. That was my question.
You
My
did
2
it, but
minutes
I
is
like
that
what you're saying. Keep
if
cooking.
you don't believe the divide is real, and the corner and it doesn't touch the corner, drop me into any conversation on politics in the corner. I inevitably am a source of consternation in the corner when it comes to politics, because and if you think that this idea that we're past it, you're just in the lull before the storm. The midterms are still, the Democrats are organizing themselves, trying to figure out how they're going to run in 2020. What's the next election? 2026. You know, it's everybody's going to go right back to their bunkers, right back to their old talking points, and
You're breaking up.
you guys got the country you asked for. You know, there's a French philosopher in the 18th century that says people get the government they deserve. This is the
Can I go?
Sounds well and good, but really,
I was muted, huh?
How do I get there? Okay, you said this whole beautiful thing, and I know many of you, especially out there on the YouTube channel, are going to say, you know, I have problems believing this stuff. Yeah, I get it. The thing is, a lot of people who say I have problems believing this stuff think that the way to answer those problems is by theory. And generally speaking, no. You just don't work that way. You don't ride a bike. You don't learn to ride a bike by theory. You don't learn to swim by theory. You can watch a lot of videos about swimming, but I promise you will not learn to swim without getting in water.
See, like when you guys make the premiere of the branding, I can see it being 2.5 minutes, but normally I need like a minute or 30 seconds.
Can I go?
No.
Can I go on a rant?
Is it related to what we're talking about now?
Yes.
All right, you got a 2-minute timer. Go, Neil. Go. 2-minute timer.
All right.
I'm on your ass.
I see. I don't think the Democrats have learned anything over the last 8 years. I think they're more interested in having their feelings be expressed. They care more about that. They don't even care that people hear their feelings. It's mostly about expression of how they feel now in the moment. And I see no self-examination simply in regard to how do we win. I see no self-examination in regard to what have we been doing that has caused our own approval ratings within the country to fall to 20%, within our own party to fall to 40%, something like that. I see no self-examination whatsoever, which means the fall is just beginning. And the only reason that Trump didn't win 49 states, again, like Reagan against Mondale in '84, is because of how unpopular Trump is relative to a Reagan Republican. That's the only reason. And so the next person that comes after Trump, if they've learned anything from Trump, and they've learned how to be a little bit more popular and a little bit more polished and not, have the sinful past that Trump has, that person is going to absolutely decimate the Democrats because they haven't learned a damn thing. So long as they're mostly focused on expressing their emotions, that's what they'll get. They'll express their emotions and they won't actually win. Where is the Sun Tzu? Where is the strategy? Where is the hey, we actually have a responsibility to win if we're going to do anything.
Do you think
about how they?
Sorry,
That's
no,
it.
sorry, Christian. I want in. One, I do want to have that conversation with Neil, because I think he's wrong. It sounds to me like if I'm going to adopt Rod's framing of masculine versus feminine, you want the feminine to be more masculine. I don't think is the right way of going about it. But let's park that for a bit because I want to go back to what Mark and McMahon were gesturing with, because that sounded to me like Mark came in to argue against the. Oh, he's gone. Whoops. Anyway, It sounded to me like he came in to argue the point that there is a vibe shift, and he feels the vibe shift every time the politics conversation pops up in the corner, as evident by the way. Now I feel bad for trolling. As evidenced by the way, both the I've Mind chat and Neil just reacted to what I put on the table. But I don't think McMull was saying there isn't a vibe shift. McMull was saying the vibe shift isn't what we're all saying it is. So I wanted to get Mark's perception on what he feels the vibe shift is. Because no problem, Mark. I'm not going to do a
I have thoughts. I think the vibe shift is like for a year before the political season when Elon Musk bought X, and then Blue Sky, is that what it was when a bunch of people left? Like Twitter was like not that interesting. It just was like quiet for a year. And that was weird.
We're getting some heavy breathing. I don't know who that is. Maybe Chris.
Me? Maybe?
Yeah, probably Chris.
Okay, sorry.
Yeah.
And
then the election started to heat things up. And the only thing I would say is that my point about whatever Gavin Newsom is doing, and now what AOC and Bernie are trying to create a coalition on the far, like they're trying to ditch identity politics back for class because they're going against the oligarchy, and Newsom's trying to position himself as a moderate, and so you just, I mean, he's having to be reflective on like, well, I'm going to have Charlie Kirk on, and even though because whether it's good or not, whether he is successful or not, I do think there's an attempt strategically to pay attention to certain trends and certain things that happened in the zeitgeist that tipped things to the other side or towards this person that they couldn't believe, the first time won. So, I mean, and then the vibe shift has something to do with the intensity of rhetoric that is now normalized within the political conversation. That's a new vibe shift over the last decade, and we're just now either going to be tired of it if the new sincerity thing is real, or it's going to get a little worse before it gets worse or better. I don't know. There's some thoughts.
Well, sorry. Well, I have some thoughts, but that's not exactly in an answer. So if anybody wants to talk first, I can just basically just.
Well, I was going to respond to Neil's. I can feel it in Neil's provocation. There's this longing. Would you please just at least acknowledge that you, at some level, have lost your way? I had a very similar experience. I'm from California, and so was probably kind of somewhere left of center. I enthusiastically voted for Obama, and I never really thought too much about it. And most of my friends would see me. They were left of me, but I was at least close enough. And then when all this started to happen, I kept looking for, like, are you at least curious? Like, how did this guy get past dog catcher? Like, how did this even happen? Right? You're so he's so obviously unacceptable to you. He's deplorable to you, right? So how could he possibly be getting at least something like half of the country? Like they're clearly rejecting what you're selling. It's more about how much, it's more a rejection of you than it is an embrace of him, at least initially, I think. I think that's changed somewhat with the whole mega thing, but And I just couldn't get anybody to show even the slightest bit of curiosity. And to my point a minute ago, it's like, well, isn't it at least interesting that you just say without thinking that Joe Rogan is obviously right wing? Like, what? When did that happen? Like, right? I mean, I'm not even disagreeing with it. I'm just saying that's weird, right? So to your
So,
point, McMo,
real quick on the
yeah,
curiosity. Curiosity is directly inversely proportional to fear
of course,
and
yeah,
depression.
for sure.
So
Yeah,
that
I agree
really
with
is
you.
it. It's
And I'm not asking why. It's more a rhetorical question, actually, because you're right. You're absolutely right. That is true. I mean, curiosity shuts down when you're feeling threatened, for sure. And McMo, you were raising the point. You said, they're all Democrats. You were slightly overstating it. If you wanted to nuance it slightly, what you meant was they're all former Democrats, right? And that's actually a really important point. And you noticed that when Mark was on, that was the point I wanted Mark to address. But it was also the point that he quickly moved on from, because I think that is actually the salient point.
This is true, and this is wise, but I'm not interested. I'm interested in the hot takes, man. No, I'm just kidding. You're right on. Keep going. Keep going.
Suck at hot takes. I'm not good at hot takes.
Well, sorry.
Go ahead, Chris. No, go ahead.
Well, for me,
Wait,
as you
sorry,
know,
we just did it again. Sorry, Chris. Rod made the point that we moved on quickly from what was salient, and we've just done it again. I blame McMurray. It's not your fault, Chris. But sorry, can you just finish what you were saying about the fact
That's
that
on me. I'll take the hit.
They were all former Democrats? What's salient about that?
I mean, for me, when I hear that, I think is they got tired of losing. They're like, if I want to have a voice in this government, if I want to be upwardly mobile in my own career and have a voice in this country, I can't keep just sitting here with the Democrats who are getting nothing done, who have no strategy, who have no power, who just whine a lot, can't get their shit together. And I think that was a big part of the reason for the shift.
At least in the U.S., there was the perception of voices being stifled, us being controlled, meaning it was, you're right that they moved to the right out of response to the Democrats, but it was less in response to the Democrats' ineptitude and more in response to, I would say, policies and cultural proclivities that were directly against the things that they valued, like freedom of expression, entrepreneurial spirit, efficiency, government waste, big part of it. But yeah, and also the militarization. So the military industrial complex, which was largely seen 10, 20 years ago as a right-wing phenomena, Dick Cheney and what was Dick Cheney's company? I forget. Anyway, Halliburton, that's it. But that military industrial complex phenomena largely moved over to the right. I would say corporate America generally, it moved to the left. I would say corporate America, generally speaking, moved leftward. Whereas in the 90s, 2000s, you had the Rage Against the Machine mentality of like the man is the problem to, we're going to get in the highest echelons of the man and make the man work for us. And that slow but steady corruption meant that those that wanted to play the game of meritocracy, efficiency, etc., were much more inclined to go right wing, even if it meant, let's say, being unpopular. And then at some point you hit a tipping point. I don't know where the tipping point really happened. I think it was probably just a slow and gradual leak rightward.
I think even with corporate America, I think the popularity is a key factor there too, because I think a lot of them are pandering to cultural trends at the time. I think a lot of the companies, they fly the pride flag and things like that. They're not really on one particular side of the culture war. They're just trying to read the wind and see where the flag needs to fly for their own interests. That's the impression I got, at least.
Neil, what would you want? Basically, it sounds to me you want the left to say sorry.
I want a left that cares about the rank and file. They have such abundant opportunities to care for the lowly person in America. There is overwhelming distrust and outright hatred of the healthcare system in the United States right now. It's overwhelming. And the left has done nothing aside from Bernie Sanders. And again, we need someone younger than 60.
No, that's I
Sorry,
don't think
Bernie. Yeah.
that's important because there's a,
Can I push back a little bit?
go for it,
Okay.
Chris.
We're going to live forever with transhumanist technology, meaning an 85-year-old Bernie Sanders is irrelevant. Yeah, sorry, go ahead.
Okay. Whenever the historically speaking, whenever a leftism in America was presented, it was squashed every single time. And that is something that's persisted consistently. And as a Canadian, sorry, I'm not exactly like in the whole thing, but every time that they tried to do universal health care to a certain degree, I think it was squashed.
I think you're only aware of recent American history. I don't think you're aware of the New Deal or LBJ's Great Society, or the dawn of Social Security. And America has a long history of workers' rights movements stemming from the turn of the 19th century. But you're right, in recent history, I think you're right.
But it was squashed, and
by the Democrats.
Not just the Democrats.
Well,
Republicans too.
The Clinton machine is what stopped the Bernie movement. I mean, he was
right. But what's happening right now, the vibe shift is like
that's not fair. That's sorry, go on.
I would say I'm seeing stuff where like on CNN they're saying that like AOC and Bernie are the future of the left, and they're putting together a tour right now where the oligarch against the oligarchy bros or something like that. 35,000 people showing up to a rally with AOC in multiple states, and so that either like to Neil's point about like has the left learned anything? It's like, well, maybe their last card is to actually be the left. And maybe that
is their last card. If here's a hot take. What if the current administration outflanks them on
populism related to
healthcare?
Yeah.
If Doge takes care of government inefficiency and then goes after the pharmaceutical companies and all of that stuff, man, like you better there's going to be fireworks.
I actually expect that. I mean, if you pay attention to what's happening, the Trump 1.0 was obsessed with the stock market and everything else. Trump 2.0 is overtly signaling that he doesn't care, and most of like Besant and others are basically signaling capital asset holders buckle up, because there's going to be a redistribution with much more emphasis on a more populist kind of economics, which sets J.D. Vance up.
Yeah.
To make most point, these all sound like leftist talking points of destroying the corporations, and
that's what I'm saying. Like that,
because
that's
you know what it is
that's
that Trump
of McMo's point is he's actually pointing out that the real vibe shift is a lot of former Democrats are now in positions of power, and the positions they hold are actually much more congruent with more of what you would consider a traditional Democratic position.
And the only way for the real change, the only way for the real change to happen is a type of dismantling. Because if the status quo keeps going, whatever whatever they're breaking into and whatever people's opinions have about Elon Musk, running the government from Doge is, I mean, a lot of inefficiency, like insane amounts. And so what's going to happen with that? But I think the other interesting part related to this is that, the point about the left going on and having their moment kind of in the right with healthcare is that so much of what, and this goes back to the populist thing, is like these abstract ideas of even point, like Neil talking about your point about like, who's my neighbor? can't the government help me take care of my neighbor? Is that we don't even take care of our own neighbors anymore. And so to me, the issue isn't like, shouldn't our government do more? Like, it's actually calling the populace to do more, like, to the people that they're around. And to me, a big question about that is like, you know, desiring the government to do, you know, whether it's with immigration or healthcare, the Christian thing is inverted. And I think that like we can hope that it will, but like we have to figure out how to do the Christian thing again ourselves, like in our communities.
Inverted how?
Inverted that if we outsource our compassion to the federal government, we don't feel like we need to be that compassionate.
So this is where I'm a pragmatist, is that I do think government is the best institution at extorting money from one side of society and giving that money to the poorer side of society. Now, there's a difference between money and compassion. There's a difference between those two things. And I think, and I see this among churches all, like I have yet to find a church that does this better than the government. Like, churches do not win converts that I've seen due to big financial giving to the poor. I'm not saying it's not a bad thing to do. It's a good thing to do, the big financial giving to the poor. But what I do see making more of a difference is the churches actually going out into the trenches and being with those people and inviting them in and doing the relational. The government cannot for its life do the relational. It can't do it could pay someone to do the service, but that person again is doing a job. But only the Christian can say, no, I'm doing this because I choose to love you. And so like I'm a weird pragmatist in that I don't necessarily think that AI friends for the elderly is a bad thing. I don't think so. Because we're often thinking about things in terms of what we're receiving. And so if the elderly person with Alzheimer's, let's say, who doesn't remember anything, is actually happy and is feeling okay, I don't think that's...
You're not allowed this many hot takes, Neil.
That's not a terrible thing.
Let's let Teo
talk. I wanted to respond to what Rod said about 2 hours ago, which was you highlighting the fact that yes, there are the current right-wing administration is trying to enact seemingly left-wing policies from 10 years ago. And to me, I think it's not just that, but now the right-wing people are beating the left-wing people over the head with left-wing policies. And that's another part of the vibe shift that's interesting. Like what Neil's been doing throughout this stream is that a version of that. It's saying, why aren't you like this thing that I am when you used to be? And that's how I've taken part of it anyway. Yeah,
so
that's
I need to hear some examples of go ahead.
Some examples of
left-wing policies that Trump is enacting and that the left isn't accepting.
Well, the
IVF for all,
the meme of Doge, which is dismantling the corporate interests and USA, all of those things are very left-wing things, are very left-wing talking points.
They are, but
big pharma. I mean, remember Big Pharma? That was a left talking point 10, 15 years ago.
Sure, but what's Trump doing about Big Pharma?
That's another thing. Is I don't think Trump's doing much. I think the kayfabe of this comes across left wing, but actuality, I don't think he's doing much. What you guys say maybe it might fix healthcare in America.
Well, wait a minute. I thought we were talking about talking points, and
Only
we're not
time
talking. We don't know what will happen. We're not measuring talking points against execution. We're measuring talking points against talking points, right?
Sure.
So we're just saying that the current administration is much more anti-big pharma than you would expect that to be a left position, not a right position.
But sorry, I wanted to add another thing. Sorry, Christian.
RFK in front
sorry, I'm gonna forget. The other point I wanted to bring was to do with Bernie.
The philosophy of Søren Kierkegaard.
Let's see if I can summon McMo. Kierkegaard, Kierkegaard, Kierkegaard.
Trump into Kierkegaard.
All you have to do is say Kierkegaard, Kierkegaard.
Donald Kierkegaard.
Soren Kierkegaard was a brilliant, gloomy, anxiety-ridden, often hilarious Danish 19th century philosopher.
Soren Trump
is a reaction to the Hegelian synthesis. What makes Kierkegaard a precursor to existentialism is that he holds the view that there is no criterion for making this decision. In other words, he faces us with the grim, the horrifying reality of criterionless choice. Make a decision. You have no standards upon which to make a decision. Good luck. Well, we're going to talk a lot about what Kierkegaard...
Yeah, I don't care, but back in lion culture, we're talking over each other. Welcome to the cookup. What I was going to say is, a part of that is because of what I think someone said about Bernie. The left wing was with Bernie and the establishment crushed that. And like, as Rod said, it was the Democratic establishment that crushed the Bernie movement. However, that's the part of the party that was anti for big pharma, anti corporation, that's more leaning towards some of what Trump thinks. So, and listening to those people, they are very remorseful. I mean, just listening to Breaking Point, the woman and the Crystal, I think is her name. She's very much a Bernie bro. And right after the election, all she was saying was out. The left had a chance with Bernie when Rogan and all of the tech bros were more Bernie leaning than not. So they, as far as that's concerned, the real left, not the Democratic elite left, has recognized that and they are making moves about that. So it's Democrats are not a monolith, I guess, is what I'm saying.
It's really more of a populist versus, it's really a populist movement. And where does the populist movement find a home? Really,
I thought with that is when I don't remember on the bottom right what your name was, but the point of what has Trump done that's been left wing is like appoint RFK as like over whatever the NHA national health or whatever it is. Like that's doing. I'm not like rah. I'm just saying that is a reality. Maybe legislation hasn't been passed, but like that is kind of a big deal.
And back to Neil's original point, I think the reason I keep harping on it is because I relate. I can feel it too. Like you're asking for something like reflection, self-awareness. You're right. You're asking for, and if Mark Parker were still on here, I'd say the same to him. It's like we kind of glossed over, or no, Mark, you kind of glossed over the part that seemed most salient, which is if you actually care about your side, your position, then what you should be doing is, the voters are basically saying where they stand on this. And for people who are at least sympathetic to some of the issues on the left, we want to see the left actually, show some remorse, reflection, self-awareness, curiosity, right? And
I think they're punishing the right by having Trump win, and they don't see that the right is happy to have Trump win.
What remorse did the right show when the last Democratic president won? They said he didn't win.
They did a postmortem. There was a famous postmortem on the Republican side when they got creamed by. They didn't do it.
The reason that I think Trump will most likely move to the left, I think, or as I'm thinking about this more, I'm with you, Rod, that I think he'll probably institute more policies against big pharma, but the reason for that is like Trump's main constituency, what Trump cares about is the legacy of Trump in history. He wants to be known as the great man who saved the United States of America. So
Elon too, they both want that for themselves.
Elon wants to be known not for the United States of America per se as the world. Yeah, exactly. Elon wants to be known as the guy who made it to Mars, the guy who made us a multiplanetary species. Whereas Trump just wants to be known as the guy who saved the United States or was amazingly popular. Everybody was against him and he won in spite of everyone against him, and he saved them in spite of their sins. That's what Trump wants to be.
Trump is not having a meaning crisis. I can tell you that.
Yeah.
No, Trump is pretty simple. He's just a clinical narcissist, and that's most of his
right.
politics.
That's right. But he doesn't care if the pharmaceutical companies say, hey, we'll throw lawsuits at you, or we'll do this, or da. He doesn't care if the healthcare insurance company says, he's like, well, if it's the right thing for the country over the long term, I'm going to be dead in 10 years anyway. My legacy is cemented. Bye-bye, bureaucrat.
So let's try to answer Phlebas here, because I think we've been trying to do this, Phlebas, in terms of defining what we mean by a vibe shift. My take was, I said it a while back, is something like it's the women against the men and the women who love those men, right? That's the divide that's the frame I'm using, right? And that we're seeing this sort of massive shift to a kind of more masculine energy. Paul would call it lion energy, I guess. So that's my version of it. But you guys will have your own.
So I would say a sense of direction, a sense of identity, and the attitude that's fueling those narratives would be how I would define vibe shift.
I think that the vibe shift is going from covert narcissism to
overt
like, you know, they're covert narcissisms and also in the DSM as well as whatever narcissism. And so whatever version of fox narcissism versus whatever version of lion narcissism, and you just, it's like one is revealing that. That's how I see it. And that as a result, the whole thing is, gonna, eat itself alive in a certain way. And so, and whether that's the digital that's going to be doing that through something like Doge. I mean, the digital has come for so many things, and now it's come for the federal government. And I think that's part of the vibe shift is overt versus covert narcissism, and the digital has come for the federal government. To me, those are the big things.
Yeah, that makes sense. But at the same time, the media is playing a huge role in this, because if you look at far right media or right side media and left side media, they're both kind of far in my opinion, but the worlds apart in their narrative. If you only plug yourself into one of those media network ecosystems, your perceptions of what's really happening in government, really happening in society, really happening in the world will grow increasingly different than the perceptions of reality for people plugged into those other systems. And this makes it to where each side is sure that the other is not grounded in reality. And they're frustrated with each other because they're both wanting to say, can't you see what's really happening? How can you be blind? And what's really happening is what Noam Chomsky warned us about manufacturing consent. Media is dictating reality to people, and they don't even realize it.
But okay, so the media doing that, the reason that the media has done that more and more steadily, or mainstream media over the last 20 or 30 years, is because of technology, because they are under increasing pressure from outside sources, independent media sources, to keep your eyeballs on them. And the only way that you can compete with an independent source that's doing its own thing, the only way you can compete that is by
donating to Ko-Fi, to McMo's Ko-Fi.
Donating to McMo's Ko-Fi.
This is the place. And when we see each other, we can start playing together and working together. Those things you call commercials, I don't make those. People who want to play make them. And I don't know what mind control they put it with, especially that McMo man.
Gentlemen, this is the elimination course. My calling is to keep men out of the ministry. I consider my chance a success when the blood is 4 feet deep and the bodies are floating around the room.
That's amazing.
Now, we're trying to gain people's attention. Before the people were able to commit to a follow, and again, I can't help but watch this and think, things are riding us. Things are riding us. And it's increasingly obvious.
Modernity sort of lured us into imagining we were in charge. That we were somehow in control.
You've got a tiny group of people that are just sort of hyper about the blues, and they're learning together, and all of this new stuff sort of bursts forth.
And in Laurel Canyon, you have this tiny little group of people that are sort of working on this, and then, in some ways, via technology, this stuff just spreads all out
throughout the world. It, of course, made me think about this little corner, because what doesn't? And it made me think about the little group of people that are just playing with things now.
And I thought Jordan Hall said it very well in the conversation,
either. I saw someone mention gaslighting, and I think that that's a big part of what happens a lot. And I think RFK is a good example of that. Can you guys hear me okay?
Yep.
Because, somebody can say, oh, why doesn't the left love RFK? He's anti-big pharma. But on the left, plugged into that media system more than the other side that I am, what they're talking about is RFK isn't anti-big pharma. RFK is anti-vaccine science. RFK is dismantling the systems that are protecting us long-term and delegitimizing the systems that protect us from serious diseases and the potential for future pandemics. And that has never been what the left wanted, right? It's the one thing that the left has loved about big pharma are the vaccine sciences. It's the one thing that they love about big pharma. And it's the one thing that RFK's like, let's destroy that first. And this is why the left is like, nah, no, thank you.
I think it's less about science, and I think it's more about keeping everyone in line with the established narrative.
Yep. And because how much of related to something like the was it the grievance studies way back with the Boghossian and
going back to the feminine masculine thing, it's something like social control, social cohesion that unfortunately gets expressed as social control. It's the desire for social cohesion that gets expressed as social control. And the masculine side of that is, I would say, efficiency and freedom.
The consensus orientation versus there's nothing more triggering to a woman or women than seeing a group of men over in the corner, hunched over, speaking in hushed tones. It's like, what are they up to, right? Like there's a way in which there's something deeply worrisome when the masculine begins to move, right? Because usually it's going to be bad, right? It's going to be disruptive, right? So something bad's going to happen. So maintaining a kind of consensus orientation, making sure that things kind of stay approximately the way they are, the music keeps playing, is going to be something that in general is going to be preferable for a more feminine orientation, and understandably so.
I think that there's a reality to, pre 90s, I guess, or pre 2000s, when politics was still like, I don't know, which is 10% men versus women. And something about how to incorporate, to your point, Rod, like the divine masculine, feminine spirits, even within a majority dominated male profession like politics was at those times, the feminine found its way in its own, kind of like how in Catholicism and Orthodoxy through Marian and Theotokos, the feminine finds its way in these hyper masculine structures. And so, but then whenever within those whatever, but now within an egalitarian structure comes in this this binary, and now the binary's at war.
What's more feminine than whining about the the opposition whilst you're in power?
Who's whining here? I'm not whining.
The right.
I'm whining, but I'm not right wing. I'm whining because I think there's value to having a strong left. I would rather.
I guess the point I was making with that, apart from just being a silly troll, is that there's a. So I think the masculine feminine mode maps on to my understanding of the fox and the lion mode that PVK presents, and there's a sense in which the lion do have cultural cachet, and they've had it for a while now, but they're still complaining that the fox is the center of power, i.e. the monoculture, because media-wise, people have been saying the mainstream media has been dead for like at least 5 years, and evidenced by the fact that Joe Rogan got Trump and co-elected, if that's to be believed, as in Kamala not going on Joe Rogan played a factor. So there's a sense in which there's an institution outside of the mainstream institution that's already there and active, yet there's still this fight against establishment which is seen as that. So I guess is the solution that everyone becomes a Rogan bro?
Well, I think
Because
I think that
if we're not, like, do we want both parties to be fucked, to be lions?
Well, I like that Christian brought in the divine feminine. You remember toxic masculinity, and it would get used almost interchangeably with masculinity a lot. And I think people started objecting to that. Well, hang on, if you're going to call something toxic masculinity, you're at least implying there is something else called something more like positive masculinity, right? The healthy masculinity, right? So if you wanted to imagine, there would be a quadrant of masculinity and feminine, or masculine and feminine, and you say toxic and healthy. So now there's toxic masculine, healthy masculine, toxic feminine, healthy feminine, right? So that would actually imply there are four parts of that quadrant. And maybe what we're starting to reconcile here is that there is such a thing as toxic feminine as well. And we don't necessarily have a language for it yet. The culture really hasn't integrated that yet. I was arguing with Luke yesterday.
I mean, I call it capital F feminism.
Hang on. Let me finish. I was it gets hotter. I was actually talking to Luke about this yesterday, and I was somewhat placing at the feet of Christianity that Christianity doesn't really have, it has a bit of a blind spot for the unleashed agency of women, starting with suffrage and everything that's come since, right? With women in the public sphere and unleashed female sexuality, we have a bit of a blind spot as to how, we've got Mary, at least the Catholics do, right? So you have a sense of this kind of virginal perfection, but we don't have anything for the other side of that, which is how dark the feminine can be at times, right? So it actually, all four parts need to be part of that conversation.
That was Peterson's.
Yeah,
that was his addition to basically the Kathy Newman interview.
And
was
the,
part of
and
that.
the devouring mother, yeah.
So I can explain what I think toxic masculinity is, and somebody can correct me if they think it means something different. But I think it's when there's a guy who feels really insecure about who he is and how he's seen in the social ecosystems where he lives. And in order to compensate for that, he goes further out of his way to do a lot of chest beating, chest pounding, flexing. He's extra aggressive towards people and in a way that's very unjust towards other people, and it's not pleasant to be around. And
It's an asshole.
Yeah. So people, the solution to that is not to be less masculine. It's to be more confident in who he is, to be more healed and self-independent about his identity, where he's not so obsessed about how people see him, where he doesn't feel like he needs to compensate in ways that are obnoxious. If he can just calm the hell down and accept that, people aren't judging him the way that he thinks they are, then he doesn't need to do all that chest beating bravado, and he can just be a regular person and then still be masculine, right? And then everybody's fine.
But do you see how much easier it is for us to talk about that? Like we're fluent in the language of how men could be a little bit less of an asshole, right?
Yeah.
It's much harder for us to talk publicly about the other side of it, which is the shadow side of the feminine.
And to the point of culturally, you can't not expect reaction from the quote unquote Homer Simpsoning of American masculinity, like a negative one actually, and for that to go on, I'm not an advocate for how the reaction is in the quote unquote manosphere. I'm not a fan of that. I just don't think people should be surprised.
Yeah.
And I agree with you that through integration, there is hopefully for many people a better way, but that, that doesn't go very viral.
I want to do a hot take, if that's okay. I want to pivot. I'm not letting women completely off the hook, Rod, but so you have a history since the beginning of time of men being in positions of power and authority over women. You have many men over that history, regardless of Christianity, who take advantage of that, who have abused that. And then you have an opportunity for women starting in the 1950s and 60s with the pill, then with social social changes that allow women more freedom to work, female hygiene products, etc. Over the last, that really started maybe 100 years ago, especially with World War One. I've been listening to the audiobook of Dorothy Day, who's a famous social activist. But even in World War One, the women were doing quite a lot. Yeah, I'll just say, Jacob, that women's power was soft power, whereas men's power over women was direct and physical, and potentially, more direct and physical. Yeah. So, okay. So you get to this point where women have the capacity for independence from reliance on men, from reliance on the thing that is most threatening to them. And it's fair that it's the most threatening to them. And so I cannot blame women in the slightest for saying, oh yeah, absolutely. I want to have that independence. I want to have that option, that second income in case things go south. I have that safety net because I can't rely, and simultaneously putting, positions putting policies in effect in the government that will ensure a social safety net in the event of, hey, if I have to flee to a battered women's shelter, I can actually get some income from a source, and so I understand all that. And so there's
I'd agree with all that, right?
Okay. Yeah, I know you'd agree with all that. And I think to some extent, I think all that's inevitable. And I think the next step of that flight from vulnerability is the flight from child rearing in general, because to have a child, it doesn't matter how much support you have from the government or anyone else for that matter. As the mother, you are that primary caregiver. The buck stops with you, and you know it as a mother. You know it. Like if you really screw up, your child suffers. That you know it as a mother.
You and I can make a difference in our children's future. Overpopulation is linked to pollution, overcrowding, health problems, and poor living conditions. Too many children can mean economic and emotional hardship. Our population is growing at an alarming rate. In the next 30 seconds, 90 more people will fill the earth. We need to make a change. Planning our families can make a difference. Think about how many children you want to love and support. Respect friends in their decision to have 0, 1, or 2 kids. Adoption is another option. Let's make this a cleaner, healthier world for our kids. Please think about how many children you want to bring into this world.
So rude.
Can I finish the point, please? Okay.
Please do.
So you have a flight from vulnerability from men. That's what it's existed over the last 100 years, I would say, and it has been accelerating. And then you have a flight from vulnerability from other people. The main source of vulnerability is that child, and it's because I know that I'm accountable and responsible for that child. And men have been flying from that responsibility since the beginning of time too. It's not my kid. Why are you? Steve. Everything from Steve Jobs to even Elon Musk pulled that card a few times. Yeah. So, okay. So they're flying from that vulnerability, and where am I going with this? I don't see the solution being anything other than the switch of the polarity. Meaning, if there are some tendencies, proclivities that make some more likely to voluntarily take on that vulnerability, make some more willing to have more children, get married, the scene in Fight Club where he has the gun to his head and he's like, my eyes are open. Boom. It's that for both men and women. It's like, so within the manosphere, you've got a whole trope that says, don't get married, because if you get married, then you're done, you're finished. And for women, it's the same thing. Like, don't have a child because you're going to be, the evidence says you're going to be less happy and less, and then you also have this added responsibility and difficulty. And so it has to be that and this is also my beef with the Collinses, by the way. We don't have to take it in that direction. But my beef is that inevitably what has to happen and what will happen inevitably one way or another is that the people who go on getting married and having children and having stable families, they are voluntarily laying down their lives and to their partner, and to their and basically saying like, I'm at your mercy. You know, like if you destroy me, then I'm destroyed. And that's inherently Christian. That's what it is. It's inherently Christian because it's saying, yep, I will be destroyed, and so be it. And that's okay. It's horrifying. And nobody likes that solution, but that's the nature of what it is to be in communion with other people. That's the nature of nature. That's life in a nutshell.
Contend with my provocation, which is, what if Christianity has a blind spot around this? Which is, it successfully tamed the pagan Roman male sexual, appetites, to Tom Holland's point. But what about this other side of it, which is now we have a whole new landscape where women have as much agency as men, and who's going to argue against that?
Not
so
sorry, finish.
what's the I haven't heard anybody contend with that, either culturally or religiously or politically, right? Like, part of the reason I initiated the whole marriage crisis conversation was because I was very worried about this. And honestly, what's happening right now with the administration actually really worries me, because I think we're scaring the hell out of a lot of women. And scared women don't make great partners, and they don't make, as you say, you have to be willing to be vulnerable. You have to, basically show up for a relationship first, and then to build a future, you've got to take chances, and you've got to be dependent on each other, and of course, what pregnancy brings, and the total dependency. So this worries me because the signaling is so overtly.
I want to give
driven.
I want to give Tayo the chance to speak, but it is good relationship advice that you don't want your partner to be scared or frightened. That doesn't do good things for the relationship. Scaring or frightening your partner might be one of the worst things you could do for a relationship. It really makes it difficult. But Tayo, what say you, sir?
I might take a little bit more than 2 minutes for this one.
Let it out. Let it out, brother. Get it out of you. Better out than in.
Appreciate you. I'm glad there's room at the confession booth for heretics like myself and others. Rod, firstly, I think you bring up a good point. My initial gut reaction was to get all defensive about Christianity and say, no, we have we've got a system, we've got it worked out. But I think that would be unfair to the point that you're making, which is, I think PVK sort of touches on it when it talks about the fact that the CRC needs to contend with the decision to have women in office, and that the reality after the fact isn't exactly what the progressive thought it would be, and that conversation hasn't been had. So I think to that extent, yes. But more personally, I think, because I think you're right, is why I feel iffy about the vibe shift. Okay, now I'm going to provide an answer to what I think the vibe shift is from my point of view. There's the vibe shift is everybody's woke. That's the vibe shift. There was an awakening that happened due to the media
red pill versus woke, right? It's just red pill versus woke. It's the same thing.
Yeah, exactly. Right. That's sort of what I'm hinting at. Is there's a sense in which trust broke down in a lot of the higher institutions, principalities that were governing, and what replaced it is echo chambers of like-minded people. And I think that's sort of the vibe shift that I've seen, and what that resulted is everybody speaking the way the woke that I knew spoke before woke was a thing. Basically, I'm thinking of the McMurray brought this up previously, OTEP type people. There were loads of albums, hip hop albums, talking about Africa as this motherland, and now I'm seeing loads of white people speaking about their pagan heritage in some corners. So there's a sense in which there's a desire to want to reform, as in go back and get the purity of whatever culture is you identify with, and that's playing out with in the whole thing. And also, I think an important part of the vibe shift recently, since my TLC experiences, their inclusivity was put at the top of the morality hierarchy, and that was stretched to its limits um, culturally, and there's a reaction against that. And there's been a push to get inclusivity out of the top, up to get off the top of what it means to be moral. That's how I interpret a lot of the anti woke movement. Is we can't include everything and still be anything. So we need to actually find out who's in and who's not, and that negotiation is how I see the culture will play out. Who's in and who's not. Oh, sorry, I didn't tie it back to your point to why I made me think of that, which is Mary. I.e., I think Christianity does emphasize the fact that men and women are on the same um are on the same are seen this on the same level in the eyes of God, and in the eyes of God, part is essential. Because once you take that in the eyes of God part out, you start saying things like men and women are the same, which is not the same thing as they're seen the same in the eyes of God. And Christianity is emphasizing the inclusion of women and men out on this. I mean, I'm Protestant, so and I'm egalitarian, so all this is just spilling out. I think the Christianity is insistent on saying that yes, women do have the Christianity revolution of what it means to be a woman. I think is a good thing that could get lost in the quest to push inclusivity out of the off the top of the morality hierarchy. So I'm saying to your point, Rod, yes, Christians don't need to contend that we need to stand on our defending of women and the feminine.
Yeah, if I have a position here, because I'm mostly just worried, right? And that's kind of where I was vibing with Neil, right? It's like I'm worried too, and the lack of curiosity and self-reflection and introspection on the left is worrisome as well, right? I sometimes joke with my friends, have you ever won
Oh no,
an
Rod.
argument? Have you ever won an argument with your wife?
Rod, your mic is coming in and out. We missed like half of what you said.
I got it.
No, it's you, McMo.
Oh no!
It's
I apologize.
you.
I apologize.
Who are you, mate?
Have you ever won an argument with your wife? Right.
Yes. After she got long COVID, this was one of the things led me to believe that long COVID was actually a real thing, because I had a string of like 6 to 9 months where I started winning arguments, and it was like unsettling.
Yeah, let me guess though. There was a cost to that. The point,
yeah.
I mean, it's of course a joke, right? But the point is that what winning looks like is something like the best you can hope for is tomorrow. The new reality is just the new reality, and we just don't talk about it again. Like that's just the way it always was, right? In other words, you're not going to get some kind of mea culpa, right? That's not how reality is metabolized when you're coming at it from the feminine perspective, right? And so men tend to be like, well, I've made my case, I've won the argument. Now you're going to concede the point, and we'll proceed from there, right? But that's just not how it goes, right? It's a dance. There's a symbiosis there that anybody who's been in a reciprocal, mutually rewarding relationship with the opposite gender has had to contend with, right? And this is a good thing. This is generative, right? But it's not necessarily easy, right? And it's a kind of crucible, right? Which is a lot of the stuff we talked about in the marriage crisis conversation. So my position is that whatever's coming next is going to be something like the left contending with its shadow side, or the feminine contending with its shadow side. That it can't be men explaining to women where they're getting it wrong. It's got to come from women speaking amongst themselves, forming a consensus about the way that they want to relate to men that is actually pro-social and actually creates an optimistic future for everybody, right? And that's going to have to happen on both sides. So I get that using a masculine feminine frame it's not perfect any more than foxes and lions is perfect when you're talking about vibe shifts or you're talking about politics. But something like that is what I'm hopeful about, right? Is to actually start making it safe to talk about the ways in which both sides can bring a kind of darkness to their relations to the other side.
So you're saying everyone should go back to their corners and sit down and think for a while?
About that, we can keep talking.
Ugh.
But notice what I said earlier when James was talking about, like, he was eloquent in describing the ways that men can just please just not be assholes, right? And everybody here, we're all reasonable, nice guys, right? Like, that's easy for us, of course, right? We're going to nod along. We're well habituated, and it's a rare person. Maybe one of them made it to the White House, who's completely immune to the social pressures of, like, just, come on, don't be such a jerk, right? Don't be obnoxious, I think was the word that James used, right? We all kind of have a basic idea of what a toxic masculine looks like, right? But we've become way more uncomfortable talking publicly about, well, what that might look like when it's coming from women, right? And that's what I'm advocating for, is we need to become a lot more integrated, a lot more candid about the nature of relations between men and women. I'll often say that if left to their own devices, if men and women simply optimize on what they perceive to be in their best interests in the moment, these tectonic plates shifting under our feet will continue to drift apart. And that's my concern.
And what's the men's
No.
responsibility in that?
You're really not going to like my take on what I believe is going to happen, Rod.
You don't know that, Neil.
Okay. I don't know, but so I believe the desire to have children, or the desire to get married, I believe that desire is not equal among all individuals. And I believe that desire is not equal. I believe that that's not entirely an environmental phenomenon. Meaning, I believe inherently, you could say genetics, whatever, some people have a greater desire to get married and have children than others. I think that's genetic in some part. I don't know how much. I think it's partially genetic, is what I'm saying. If that trait is transmutable to generations, then you see where this is going. The next generation has more of that trait, of those who actually inherently inward out desire, and subsequently. And I think the meek will inherit the earth. I really do think that's what's going to happen. Slowly
What was
over
not
time.
supposed to like about that? Sounds beautiful.
Well,
so real quick before you push back, just know, I challenge you to think of any trait that is not partially heritable. Any human trait that is not partially heritable.
Evolution. Check the Friday morning nameless for Neil's evolution stream for more.
All right, let me get back to the labs. Neil, I'll call up my local DNA researcher and get right on that. If we
not
want
saying
some,
it's one gene. Usually these are like thousands. Usually it's thousands of genes that impact.
Yeah, well, I'll just use an LLM. I'll just use an LLM. But hey, I do want to make sure that Chris gets a word in.
Quick insertion here. To make your point, Neil, didn't Genghis Khan inherit the earth? I mean, if you're going to use evolution,
only about 1% of it so far.
Chris, you go.
Well, it's not like, and I'm not trying to say this as to saying like maliciously, but in a way, Neil, it's like you're kind of somewhat advocating for eugenics.
Okay. Anytime you talk about what is, it is not the same as what should be. Okay. All right. So,
well, the reason why I'm kind of telling, I'm kind of telling you this is basically what is weak, meek people. If you go by ability of resource or whatever, I'm meek. Why? Because I have a permanent disability. I have cerebral palsy. For people that in chat that don't know, that's stuff like that. And when you can basically apply this language, I don't exactly know the whole phrase, but basically just like life not worthy of life, implicational territory. That's what you're kind of saying. And I know that it doesn't apply to you know, like people that are that you know, that like, sorry, strong generations may make a weak man and all that stuff, but it's just that's what you're going, and it's kind of a slippery slope. So just to put that point over there.
Let me on Neil's behalf here, because you're, of course, Chris, your point is well taken. But I do think, and I have a similar kind of allergy that maybe Neil does to the is ought blurring of lines when you're talking about things. You're trying to describe the world as it is, and you're not necessarily making a value judgment about whether it should be that way or not. You're just trying to get the lay of the land, so to speak. You're trying to. I sometimes say I'm trying to have a healthy relationship with reality, and so first I need to understand the world as it is, and then from there I can make value judgments and be aspirational about the world that I wish for, right? So I'm on Neil's behalf, and I don't think you're suggesting, Chris, that Neil is actually somehow some sort of determinist in terms of his
No,
right,
no, but
yeah.
it's just I'm just saying that that type of thinking can be, you know, not misinterpreted, but it's just like a, it depends on what type of, sorry, it depends on the definition of each and every person, and if you were not careful, it kind of goes into that territory.
So I'm the way I would describe myself. I described myself this way before, is I'm a super boomer, in that I believe this is other language in the TLC, that the boomerality, if you're not familiar with it, but one of the boomerality proclivities is the belief that everyone has ultimate self-determination, that you do you, man. And I am like ultra that. Like I really believe in people doing themselves. I just believe that there is such a thing as human nature, and that we are in no small part in the things that I'm personally interested in. Let's say the things that I'm Neil, like in video games. Like I was born with video games as a kid, but there had to be a receiving component that I connect with my parents, my father, being around computers, technology, all that stuff. There had to be that receiving component. And it's not enough for me to just be born around video games. And so I see that with all my desires, with all my interests. And I think it's good and it's fine that we're all different and we have different desires. Like that's how God made us. I really do believe that. But what I mean is, like, I strongly am against controlling people's behavior. Like I really, really want, to the maximum extent, inward out responsibility, that the responsibility of my actions is on me, and it's not on society to control me or change me. And so when I'm saying, like, this is what I think is going to happen, it's because I think so many people have more freedom than ever to choose the desires of their own heart, which I actually think is a good thing, that they have the freedom and the ability to choose those desires. It's just, I don't anticipate that those desires are going to be equally the same across all people and all societies. So
Yeah, it's I mean, where I ended up with Luke yesterday on our long phone call, because we were talking about, one of my preoccupations is chosen versus unchosen relationships, and that for most of human history, almost all of your relationships would have been unchosen. It would have been, your clan, your village, your family, right? You didn't get to decide who you were going to hang out with. You were stuck with each other, right? And so a lot of our social norms have evolved out of unchosen relationships and all the norms that would have reinforced that. Well, now we live in a world where you can pretty much decide who you want to hang out with and who you don't want to hang out with, right? And so more and more, your relationships are all chosen relationships. And it's not clear that we're evolved for chosen relationships. And so that ended up being something like the authenticity culture versus the sincerity culture. Never quite got that, but I think I understand it. The frame that Paul's brought up quite often. And so Luke was saying, basically it sounds like you're describing something like, the clash between authenticity culture and sincerity culture. And where I ended up kind of like what you just said, Neil, is I want to be able to authentically participate in a sincerity culture. Right? So that you know where you belong in the society you live in, but you're able to participate within that as fully as possible.
Tayo, Chris, thoughts?
I don't really have much to say, to be quite honest. I don't know if James is still here, but maybe he's kind of working on something else. But anyway,
It'll be back in 10 minutes.
10 minutes? Okay.
We are a weird religious Christian group, guys. I don't think you realized how weird we are.
Well, technically we're technically weird.
I'm a normie.
So, well, we're weird from like as with ourselves, as you said. Sorry, as James said, he's basically atheist. So
Well, what do you guys think of? What do you guys think of my chosen versus unchosen thing? Like, I thought that was a pretty good frame. Like, it got no traction.
Well, I don't exactly.
God, I believe God has favorites. I don't see how you can read the Bible and not think that God has favorites, and those he, like, did he love Lazarus any less than or any more than, he does it even in his own disciples. Like I hate to put it to you, like God has favorites.
Sorry.
Well, Neil, I was going to say, you're the guy who came in. Basically, you came out of the lurk to specifically play favorites, right? You're like, I'm here to make friends with specific people, and once I have enough of those, I don't need any more. Basically,
yeah.
Right? So
yeah.
you kind of led with, and no small country church could survive in that environment. If there's one church for the whole town and everybody went to that church, you could not have an environment where you were basically picking the people you were going to hang out with and ignoring the rest, right? This whole idea of choosing who you're going to be associated with is a very new idea.
Well, as for your question of chosen, I don't believe it. Like the whole premise of it, chosen people.
No. Sorry. That might be a Christian. That might be like a loaded term in the Christian. I mean, like,
no,
to choose.
He doesn't like the show The Chosen.
I'm saying, like, basically you get to it's like, that book, the Big Sort, where people are gradually just moving to be around other people like themselves, right? There's this whole thing happening where people are just choosing who they want to be in relationship with, versus most of human history, you didn't have that choice. That's
okay. Sorry.
That's my problem.
The thing is that with dating apps and all that stuff, is that we have basically more choices, I think. And it's kind of like it's just basically an overload of choices and also not choices, that essentially it's just it's just like you have so much choices that technically, like, you start not applying the compromise, saying as if you were as you said, like a small town or a village or whatever, 5,000 years ago or whatever, what I'm saying? So it's just that we've gone the attitude, and also the attitude of the fashion industry, and also with the, how the ideal woman, the ideal man, how we're supposed to, look, feel, and all that stuff. It's just that we've essentially accessed a certain level of being picky, I guess. So much so. Well, not being picky. I can't really find the word for it, but basically, it's like we are allowed to be picky,
selective,
or even encouraged to be picky with our chosen partners. That essentially, it's just that this culture is just like, you know, like people like me just kind of follow on the wayside, let's just say, because I don't fit X, X, and X, or I don't know if you understand what I'm saying.
Yeah, no, I do, but at the same time is why I'm really grateful for the social safety net, because I mean I sense that you feel very similarly. Like if you were born 100 years ago in Canada, I bet it would be
I would be dead.
much more. Yeah, exactly, right. And
But yeah,
yeah,
because it's like, and also, but it's also the fact that I was lucky to be born into a family that would actually take care of me, as in a position and like financially, well, like as you know, as in company of just kind of fight for me, because my like the end result of me is that I basically went to college. I graduated high school, and I'm fairly independent, although with COVID that basically kind of sidetracked stuff pretty much a bit. But the fact is, from my experience, most people in my position don't get to have that opportunity that I had. And it's like they would basically just um, be just a social check, and they'll probably sit me in the corner, sit them in the corner, or something lesser. But my mother and my grandparents fought for me to be better, to be beyond what's beyond the horizon, I would say. Sorry to think. So yeah, sorry. Sorry for the little rant.
Beautiful, beautiful, beautiful.
So yeah.
So I know that Jan can be salty, but he says make arranged marriages great again. And I mean, I'll play with this a little bit, right? Years ago, I had someone who worked for me who was from India, and he had won one of those lotteries, right? And so he came to the U.S. and really made something of himself and was doing very well. And there was a point where he was ready to take a wife, shall we say, right? And so there were these arranged marriages websites for immigrant Indians that could then find a wife back home, right? So he goes on to one of these, finds somebody, they have some correspondence and decide that they would like to go further with it. They then introduce their parents to each other. Their parents actually meet there, right? And decide that this is a good match. And so he flies to India to pick up his wife, basically. And they return, and they have now been married for, well, now it's 20 years. And I got to know them a little bit in the years we worked together, and they had us over, and they now have a family. And I will say that, at least from the outside, it was like the most kind of based relationship I'd ever encountered. They were just very practical about the whole thing, and it was kind of beautiful to watch, actually. So there was some selection going on there, but pretty much it was the sort of tech-enabled version of an arranged marriage, and it was actually kind of a beautiful. Not advocating arranged marriages.
So this is an opportunity. Yeah, he's still a boomer like me. But honestly, this is an opportunity for churches in my mind, because A, if someone's involved in a church, they're at least decently well known. B, if they behave inappropriately, they're held somewhat accountable to that. And so you inevitably have a community matchmaking apparatus, I would say, within a church that's not based on like just pure competence, like, oh, this person's high up in the company, so yes, of course they're a good mate. It's actually based on something more foundational than just competence in a status hierarchy. So I don't know. Churches feel to me like I bet mega churches are already doing this, but like associations of churches seems like they could do this better, where they match parishioners or have like a date night or speed dating. Yeah, I don't know.
I think you're absolutely right. But Tayo wants to ask, Is this a part of Project 2025? What's next? We don't allow them to vote. Should we revoke their right to work? Should we go pre-World War II? No need for Rosie the Riveter no longer. Thank you very much. Please go back into the homes, ladies. Kaya, what say you?
You said it.
To be
There's
clear,
that-
I am not
there's-
advocating that.
I don't think you are right, but I think culturally there is a part of the trad movement does include that, because I think Chris mentioned everyone's fed up with the amount of choices that there is. So I don't think it's a crazy idea that wouldn't get traction in the culture, which to me would play to the fear of my left wing friends, which is why I wrote what I wrote, which is okay, they wouldn't be happy until women are back in the kitchen. Handmaid's Tale, whatever that show is.
McMo, your old megachurch do any matchmaking?
No, not officially. Not officially. But matchmaking historically has always been the work of the shadow matriarchy, right? So if it worked well, I wouldn't know about it. But no, I think that the general kind of, I think it kind of takes care of itself when you're plugged into the community, right? Like, it doesn't take some kind of institutional effort. All it takes is like a couple of like smart girls or like friendly guys who are like, hey, you should go ask her out, or hey, you should go flirt with him. Here's how to do it. Like, see if he's going to lunch after church.
Does anybody know how to flirt anymore?
But that's the thing, is you train people.
Kinda.
I've been known. My wife gets the fire hose of flirtation.
McMo and I
these days.
flirt all the time.
But back in the day, man, I was a problem. Not to brag. Tayo, you can flirt.
Can confirm. Absolutely. It's not the question. I feel like we were sort of coming to the conclusion that we just need to get women married and everyone married and have children, and that will solve everything. Which, as McMo knows, even though I'm in a relationship now, makes me
Congratulations!
Alert the press! Hear ye, hear ye! Tayo Manchester has found a lady.
Does it make you quiver with anticipation?
No, well, we don't do that.
I think what I'm saying is something like, I'm really worried about the future because I see the forces entrenching and digging in and making it worse. And I think Neil's making the point that, well, maybe that has to work its way through the culture, and eventually the meek will inherit the earth, so to speak. We'll all be Amish at some point, right? And it's like, I think in some sense, I fear that as much as anybody else, because I actually cherish the individual liberties that we have, right? I'm not sure I'd trade very many of them myself. So, but when you give people the freedom, like, if I'm free to do whatever I want, well, so are you, right? And so everybody's got freedom of movement, and if everybody can opt out at any time of any commitment they've made, then that leaves an awful lot of people left out in the cold.
Well, as for me, I don't know who's a creationist or whatever, and who believes in the evolution. But the thing is that, at least in my mind, we basically, at one point or another, we were, as a species, humanity was less than, I think, was 100,000 individuals on the planet at one point.
Down to 2.
So,
mitochondrial Adam, man. Eve.
No,
Mitochondria is Eve.
Well, for me, I'm not an Eve, Adam and Eve.
You don't believe that there was a first bacterium 4.5 billion years ago? You don't believe it?
If you talk about bacteria, yes.
Let's not get stuck, guys.
Adam and Eve were bacteria. The fruit was
let the man make his point.
but anyhow, so what I'm saying is that I'm pretty sure that we'll figure out, or to our detriment, we'll basically figure out solutions. So I'm not exactly as worried that we'll have a population decline or whatever. Well, I'm not that concerned. Um, the only thing is that for me is that what I'm more concerned about is, are we going to get out, like are we have going to be having the ability to get out of our little sandbox that we call Earth, and are we going to be able to, well, I don't really like to say the word, but propagate among the solar systems, the stars, and stuff like that. That's more of my somewhat like what I want to focus on as a human being, to the question, like, are we going to be able to adapt, or what's going to be like in 1,000 years or whatever. So
Who's this we you're talking about?
I'm talking about we as a species.
This
We the
planet ain't big enough for the
people,
we of
in
us.
order to form a more perfect union,
That's
establish
tautology.
Soviet Union,
I think we've gotten to
Republic.
that point in the stream. We're just getting a little bit silly. Tayo, get us serious again, man. Bring us back to Earth.
Make America serious again.
Make America serious again, Tayo.
I couldn't if I wanted to. You've got Hall of Famer wrestling former champion in the White House. So
James is back. James, get us back on track, man. Get us serious. Neil has made us all turn into silly gooses. I blame him primarily. Rod's been trying to keep us on the straight and narrow, but
I just want to say one thing about whether Chris is right about being optimistic for the future. If South Korea is fine, we're all going to be fine. So just watch South Korea over the next 30 years or so.
So who am I? Who am I? I just want to say one more thing. Who am I? Neil, that should be your Twitter profile or something. I just want to say one more.
I'm not on Twitter. It kicked me off.
his takes are too hot. That's why he has to come to the McMo streams. Hey, everyone, glad you're here. See if you can find that old Ko-Fi link. In the meantime, if you want to see Neil's even crazier hot takes, well, then you're gonna have to come in person to Midwestuary 2025.
Midwestuary 2025, August 22nd through the 24th in Elmhurst, Illinois. A weekend you won't want to miss, with special guests Cale Zeldin, Paul Vanderklay, Rod Dreer, Elizabeth Oldfield, John Vervaeke, and Jonathan Pajot. Midwestuary 2025, the Fellowship of the Spirit. Stay tuned for more details. Visit us at midwestuary.com for ongoing updates.
Guy doesn't even play jazz.
Nice announcer's voice there, Neil.
So what was
great? Go, Tyre.
Oh, that echo's mad. Neil, what was your one more thing? I forgot. I got trapped by the Midwestuary branding.
Just that, birth rates and society's future and whatnot. The nice thing is that this problem is affecting different parts of the world at different rates. And so because of that, we can see the effects at different stages sooner in certain areas before others. And so South Korea is way ahead. Their birth rate's like 0.7, whereas the next closest country is like a birth rate of 1. So it's almost like we'll have a 5 to 10 year lead time before it hits other countries, with whatever hits South Korea first. So we'll see. The other question is, like, will they open up immigration, which they haven't so much. But that's the other. I mean, that's why it's a bellwether of what potentially happens in the future.
Somebody put it, South Korea is going out of business. And by the way, one of the things you see there is just the amount of antipathy between the genders there is just off the charts. There's just bitterness and rancor, and it's bad, really bad.
I think it's a lot of I'm not saying that's not true, but
well, you would actually know. I'm just reading what I read. You've actually been there, so.
Well, I think there's a lot of sociological expectations once you get married in terms of basically taking care of the in-laws and the family of the other, and there's a lot of added extra social pressures and incentives to not get married that don't exist as much in the United States. There's plenty of social pressures in and of itself just within to not get married that are inherent within a marriage, but I think there's added societal baggage that comes with it in South Korea.
Can I flip that a little bit? Oh, go on if you've got something else to add.
Well, I was going to go back to the point I was making earlier, which is that because you're basically making a structural point there, Neil, and that's actually my main concern, is that structurally the misalignment of interests, I used the analogy a while back of like a historic overlay in zoning, where you can't just build whatever you want in a neighborhood. You kind of try to slow down the developers coming in and just building whatever they want. You're basically trying to put some kind of at least a damper on the unfettered maximizing of interests that somebody might just, the free market might. And marriage is something like that. It's like, it's an imperfect solution to an unsolvable problem, right? It's like you have a misalignment when if all you do is make decisions that you perceive to be in your best interest now, well, you will keep making decisions that will actually, in the long run, not only work against your own interests, but they'll work against the interests of the sort of pro-social, future that I'm describing, right? So and to me that seems unreconcilable, right? Unless you have some new religion. And that's kind of the point I've made often, which is that in some ways I see the sort of cultural rot that we see everywhere as an indication of the failure of religion. Not, in other words, the issue is not that people aren't religious, it's that the religions that came before have failed to provide a compelling enough counter narrative to the option of just being able to pursue your narrow best, what you perceive to be your best interests in the moment, right? And so in a sense, we need a new grand narrative that has all of us wanting to turn, like a flower to the sun, turn toward each other rather than turning away from each other. It's almost like the magnets have been flipped, right? So instead of snapping together as they naturally would, the magnets are flipped, and so they're repelling each other.
There has to be some incentive force for the sexes to unite.
Yeah. You got
so maybe a common threat. Maybe a common threat.
Let me put it this way. Like what I'm picking up is that you guys. It sounds like you guys are talking about that. There's like a. Actually, now that the idea is forming in my head, it's coming across as more of an argument than maybe I wanted it to be. But hey, this is Hot Take Saturday, so I'm going to come at you guys with some kayfabe hot takes. It sounds like you guys are engineers wanting to be salespeople. There's a problem with the product. So what we need to do is generate demand. The magnets don't work right. So what we need to do is generate the type of demand that makes everybody shift their magnets so that it fits the way that we know natural law should make them fit. But also I want to get James has been back for a while. So if James has anything he wants to throw in, I don't know if you've been listening or not, James. I want to open up space for that. And then I'm sure, Neil, I want to hear more though about your kind of this idea that like, our expectations have gone out of whack. And maybe we can talk about do we blame set for that, or do we blame the voracious human heart? Do we believe the boomer lie that we should do better than our parents? Is that just not sustainable for more than one or two generations? I'm looking at you, Gen X.
We could talk about that, but first to James.
To James, sir.
James of the well-modulated vocal tones. We want to hear your
baritone. Yeah, between Rod and James, I think they're putting me and Neil and Tayo, for that matter, in our place for thinking we have like cool, these interesting voices that could be on things like brandings for conferences, or woo girlfriends or something like that. So
I'll be right
like,
back.
really,
I gotta
James,
get some coffee.
James and Rod are the real voice masters. Grim would call you lobster monkeys. Just the vocal cords from heaven. How could James be atheish when he sounds like that?
Well,
Gifted
in our
by God.
sorry, James, you're here or?
Looks like you might.
Very quiet.
Very quiet. Anyway, I'll fill in a bit. Within our group, there's some other people that are really good with their voices. Although, Rod, you do sound one of our like another guy that we know, that both James and I know, and his name is Tux, Tux TV.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, pretty much. Okay, you can, James.
Yeah, I agree. So, I missed an awful lot of the discussion. Somebody mentioned that we need an enemy. We need a common enemy to rail against. So I was thinking, if aliens could just show up and say, "You're not
Yeah.
you
Independence Day."
Yeah, exactly. You humans aren't allowed to get along. We won't allow it. And especially you men and women. None of that marrying and being happy stuff. And then humans could say, "How dare you tell us what to do? We're going to get along on purpose just to spite you alien bastards." And I think that's probably what we need.
James, I think a lot of people here would say that's exactly what's happening right now. Is that there was a lot of aliens that came down in the form of woke liberals, and the resistance are the conservatives that they just want to farmstead with their families. Like that's the movie that would sell, as if you could create a movie where these aliens came down and like these demonic aliens possessed Hillary Clinton and the woke left, and then the hero of the story could be like Mel Gibson, and he protects his family.
It used to be the case that
look at Neil
9
acting
months,
like he needs to raise his hand to get.
Yeah, 9 months after a given city won the Super Bowl, you would have a spike in births. Used to be the case. I don't know if that's as prominent a trend now that it was 20 or 30 years ago. But football was one of those unifying events that brought together the sexes. Yeah, our team. Blah, blah, blah. But the problem is you need that like a World War II level victory day is a big enough victory, brings the whole country together, and let's mate and on to the next generation. But we've had taking out Osama bin Laden was not that level of like, let's mate, it didn't hit that crescendo. We need a different big win,
So I think the aliens need to be super athletic, like beyond what humans can do. And they need to identify as transhumanist aliens. And they want to join our human sports leagues. And now we're talking about whether or not they should be allowed to compete as humans.
For the record, I want to make sure I'm on the record as saying I'm against a common enemy solution, just to be clear. I understand its salutary effects, but I wouldn't want to bring that on any of us, as I'm sure the rest of us agree. So we got to think of something else. We need a better story.
Well, a common ally, like God.
Well, for me, I would say, climate change is an existential threat. But the thing is that it's too abstract of an idea for people to basically just say, "Oh, let's shake hands and sing Kumbaya." That's one of the problems with this subject. Anyway,
humans are always looking for an excuse to not get along, right? If you have atheism, well, then they look for excuses not to get along. If you have theism, they look for excuses not to get along. You've got the wrong ideas about God, right? And so we got to fight about that too. I just don't know what the unifying factor is going to be going forward, but I agree that we need one.
Can we highlight the question about Weird Solosky here about making males attractive? Because I've been seeing that going around Twitter. Maybe if you guys are on Twitter, you might have seen it just the last day or two. It comes around it's a recurring theme, right?
Do you mean X?
Oh, sorry. I'm an Xer, so right. It's still Twitter to me. This
We
idea
call it
that
MDMA.
I'm actually sympathetic to the idea. You know, I'm trying to imagine what it would be like to be a young woman, and let's say you're trying to take the whole enterprise seriously, and you're trying to, let's say, date with intention, and you're encountering your peer group of men. You know, whatever, you're in your early mid 20s, and you're trying to get started in life, and you're looking for someone to partner with in that. And one, how many men are actually taking that think that 23, 24 years old they're ready for marriage, right? That's a problem right away, right? This is many men is just like, well, that's the last thing they're thinking about, right? And then you also just compare the way young women go through the process of education and get all the internships and do all the things and get those first jobs out of college, and they're kind of killing it in many ways, especially in the early years, and they're looking for somebody who could meet them there. And so I'm sympathetic to, as they survey the landscape, is like, well, where am I going to find someone who's going to partner with me to make this, this beautiful picture that we're all talking about? So there is this idea of women finding most men pretty unappealing, right? And we don't exactly have an answer to this question. You can sort of play it up for clicks, but if you take the subject seriously, in my frame is the camera has basically changed everything. Like you know, obviously the media and social media and the internet, but as soon as you have the visual of what at least is theoretically available to you, and you compare that to what you're actually encountering, it's almost always reality is going to come up short, right? And so the image has taken over the and kind of hacked the process of men and women finding each other. And so between an emphasis on visuals and attractiveness and an emphasis on finding someone who is your peer and can kind of meet you there, I'm actually sympathetic to women. It's like, well, how would they go about trying to find something like a partner and a future that they would be excited enough about that they'd be willing to make the sacrifices necessary? Like,
Yeah,
I don't have
because
an answer to that.
Me and Neil are taken. That's the real difficulty. The guys that have risen to the occasion are happily married. So is this a skill issue on the singles?
Yes, it is. As a former single and still,
You
I
can
can
see.
that. Yes,
Isn't the grass so much greener?
The good ones have all been taken, and what's left are scrums like myself and others.
The bargain bin.
Well, it's like I can't exactly, advocate for myself because I'm single. So yay.
So I hear somebody in chat saying that the trick is to convince the moral, compassionate man to accept used, confused women, and I don't know that I want to frame it that way. I think that the whole bargain bin theory is mostly true. That the really good people mostly pair off when they're younger, and it doesn't leave a whole lot of options for people later on. It's not entirely true, but generally the trend is in that direction. But at the same time, I've been the moral, compassionate, giving man in the past, and what I've noticed is that people are attracted to what they need, not to what they already have or already are. And so by being extra compassionate, extra virtuous in how I present myself, offer myself, and how I interact, I was attracting narcissists because they saw me as an endless supply of give to their take. And to them, that was a yin and a yang. But and at the time, I thought so too. But then I matured past that paradigm, and now I'm looking around at the American dating market for my from 40s and 50s because I'm past 50 now, and I just think that I don't see where I'm going to date at because I don't want to date a MAGA woman, but I also don't want to date. I also
a
don't want
MAGA madam. Thank
a
you.
MAGA
A MAGA
madam.
madam.
MAGA madam. I like that lots
Yeah,
actually.
that's so funny. I don't know why that cracked me off.
Reminds me of Megadeth.
Yeah, see, James, I think that your history with narcissists might be why you were so attracted to me. But on a completely different note, I think that this is actually like something that I've noticed with my friends who are now single, maybe in their 30s, late 30s and 40s and stuff like that. That there's a weird sense in which my dog's unhappy. He doesn't like me talking about dating. It was a time before he was around, before he was even a sparkle in my wife's eye. But there's this thing that I've noticed where, like, if you date a lot, you get like a lot of information and feedback on what you don't like. And every relationship can kind of be this thing where you're like, well, I realize that I can't handle this type of person, and this person really drives me up a wall, and this is the type of thing that is a relationship ender. Or even for women, usually it's like a relationship, it's not even going to get started. One of the benefits of getting married early or whatever is you have the opportunity, like, before you're almost still formed, right? Like, my wife got me when my brain hadn't even finished developing, so that she took a big risk.
Really selling it here, McMo.
Yeah, I took a much less big risk, but the thing is that we grew with each other, and so we basically, you either practice like getting over someone's foibles, or really, I'm trying to make the arranged marriage thing, right? Because like when you get when you get married young, and it works, it does have this feeling of like, I didn't pick her. Literally my brain was like not fully formed. Like, how could I take responsibility or any type of like how could I boast about being great with the ladies when like this lady took such a risk on a bozo like me at the age of 21? So yeah, that's basically what I was going to say.
And that's why young love or first loves have such a hold on our psyches, right? Because it's before we kind of know what we're doing, before we've been able to prove the value of the product. We just, we fell in love, right? And we were crazy, right? And what we've done successfully is to try to prevent that from being taken seriously. Make sure you don't, for whatever you do, don't have kids, right? Like, and so forth, right? So we've managed to, and we've been pretty successful about out of wedlock births and teenage pregnancies, and not so much out of wedlock, but teenage pregnancies. And so what we're doing is we're convincing people to wait until they're in the right mind before they actually make a decision like this. And once they're in their right mind, they're realizing like, maybe not, right? And so that's one of the big problems. You're right. There is something, just that's the magnets when they snap together, right? It's a force of nature. You don't really have to do much. It just happens all by itself. But if you manage to interfere with that and prevent that, well, then now you get into your right mind and you start trying to negotiate what you perceive to be in your best interest. And that's
Yeah, we want people marrying when they're still crazy enough to think that that's a good idea.
It's not exactly a sales.
I got another hot take to throw at you. So, okay, so you had a breakdown in societal expectations of sex after marriage, starting probably in the roaring 20s, then roaring up a notch in the 50s and 60s. Simultaneously, you had, I would say, a rise or a corresponding elevation in the media. I'm talking movies, music of the 60s, love, like free love and all that. So you had, let's say you had a disillusionment process of free dating going on, broken hearts, all of that stuff. But at the same time, you had a corresponding inflation of the cultural apparatus that promoted love and promoted, like the free love mentality. But if you look at the number of like romantic comedies coming out today or the last 10 years relative to when I was growing up, like 20 or 30 years ago, it's night and day. Like romance as like the I haven't seen, I probably won't see it, but the new Snow White, for instance, is like, I don't think it's very romantic at all. So romance has taken maybe like a 5th or 6th spot in cinema focus, or just movie focus and TV show focus relative to, things like the action film and all this. So I don't think that there's a corresponding cultural focus on true love, like true love is dead sort of thing. And so that's what I think has changed, is that in addition to the society's breakdown of social structures that say you shouldn't have romance outside of marriage. Well, you can have romance, but you shouldn't have sex outside of marriage. You also don't have the cultural pressure saying, hey, hooking up is good and all this, or less so than it used to. And instead you got two camps. What happened is, like, mainstream culture, the sex stuff disappeared, and you have two camps. So you have romance novels for women that do that on their own. And then you have porn for men, and they do that on their own. And so they get what they need separately, but equal in different ways. And they're different, so they get it separately. and then that's what's happened.
One of the
songwriters. And a rise of free high-speed internet and porn. I mean, there you go.
To Smith history here, one of the songwriters that we work with is just a ridiculously good lyricist. He has a song that starts off, "I was raised on bad decisions." Sort of captures that impulsive, doing everything wrong, but also it is a way of coming into the world, right? Is if you try to plan your life out and make every decision optimizing on whatever outcome you seek, a lot of people end up as cautionary tales. I'd include myself in that, actually. It's just part of life and part of learning.
Well,
yeah, if you haven't lived long enough to become a cautionary tale, you need to get out of the house, brother. Come on, what's going on? Like,
okay, I feel called out here. Okay. No. It's just like for me, it's like I never really experienced romance per se. Romantic feelings, yes. Unrequited love, yes. But as in like as an experience for me, it's like I've been too busy with life, I guess. It's not exactly intentional or whatever, but it's just basically it's because how I get up in the morning and all that stuff. It just gets in the way, and yeah, that's what's basically in high school. So by the time I'm basically at college, basically that's kind of new thing experience for me, and I basically understand that I missed social social mark stepping stone cultural stepping stones, or whatever in my life, but that doesn't mean that eventually probably I'll just something will come up my way, or maybe not. So it's
I feel you.
I think you always got to hold out the candle and hope for love. Phlebas is roasting me in the comments, but my point was not that my 40-year-old friends, my advice to them would be to just get married young. It's more that like it's just interesting. Like it's not that like dating in your early 20s is the exact same thing as dating in your 30s or 40s. Like, and I think a lot of times people want to think that it's like the exact same thing, but really all it takes is like the courage to hope that you might meet somebody who would, sweep you off your feet, that you would fall in love. Like I'm not saying you should expect to fall in love, but to totally like cut that off as a possibility, to me, that's like a greater tragedy than being single for your whole life. Like to never kind of put your hat in the ring and to ask somebody to get coffee, it's so scary. I know to some people, it's like, maybe just start with asking like a friend to coffee. Like maybe you got to start there because you don't even have the courage enough to like, speak to a woman. So like, I think I'm not saying it's easy, but I think that a lot of times we overcomplicate it because it is such a fearsome thing. It's really close to kind of our self-conception and our like value of self. And so I know that it can be tricky.
One thing that drives me nuts about school, real quick, this is a quick Neil rant. One thing that drives me nuts about schools, there's all this emphasis on writing. There's all this emphasis on learning how to write, and they never focus on learning how to talk. And it's so dumb because the AI can write for you just fine now. But the talking and being able to present yourself, and I'm not talking about to a potential partner. I'm just talking about a person, like being able to talk to someone, learning how to talk well and listen well. That is not emphasized at all in school, and it's dumb. It's idiotic. Sorry.
I'm worried that we're giving Mark a headache based on the way he's holding his head.
No, I just wonder how long McMo will give me before he blows me up with his branding again. You can't handle the truth, McMo.
No. Well, we don't do
that. We've all been rudely interrupted.
I know, it is. It's what he does. I don't know. I think it's
You
kind
and
of.
I.
Oh, go ahead. Go
No, I
ahead,
was going
Rod.
to say you and I have never had our grudge match on the Die on That Hill version of
We
marriage.
should.
Yeah.
Yeah, we should. We should do that because it's
On Ramp Radio.
a high value for me. Yeah. Say
On
what,
Ramp
Kyle?
Radio. On Ramp Radio.
That would be cool. I haven't had a lot of time to edit, so I've not done any on-ramp radios in a while.
Just
I need to actually.
for the uninitiated, it was me saying I made a comment something like, when I was dating, I said I would not marry a woman that I could not amicably divorce, and that really stuck in Mark's craw.
My craw is heavily stuck.
But
I'm a pin cushion. I'm a pin cushion over here. You know.
The problem was me and Rod taking up too much air at Connecticut.
No, Neil, it was you. That's what it was. It was you.
If I talk fast, I can get in more words.
More points.
I think that is a practical approach to relationships, is to start planning your breakup right away.
Of course, it was intended
comprehend.
It was intended as a koan, right? It was intended as a. Of course, I have no intention of divorcing my wife. It was that I had seen too many of my friends, which is absolutely catastrophic, the wreckage of their divorces and split families, and, joint custodies, and just false accusation, everything, just terrible, right? And I was like, well, and I had dated that there were people I had dated where I was imagining like what it would be like if it didn't work out. I'm like, oh, it would be absolute wreckage. And so I would kind of think about that frame if I was, when I was thinking about it. It's like you want somebody that, God forbid, if it didn't work out, you could do it amicably. That was the point.
Yeah, I knew what you meant. I was just giving you a hard time.
Yeah, it's all right.
Looking for certain character traits, certain dispositions.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
I've tried to keep up with the conversation. I missed a little bit out of necessity, but have you guys addressed the correlation between affluence and fertility, or should I say infertility? Infertility increases with affluence. If you just, in terms of just the number of children produced per couple or per woman, the more money, the more money per capita people make in a society, the birth rate always seems to decline. Have you guys discussed any of that?
We haven't, but you're right.
I wonder if that's if Trump succeeds in making us poor.
Oh, geez, you had to work that in there.
Snuck that one in.
Well played.
I brought my shiv. But if he succeeds, then I'm wondering if we'll end up having bigger families again, or at least more children.
I don't
which
think
I would
so,
take that
because
trade.
I think the
I'd take that
poverty
trade.
is. I think mostly the poverty thing is in relation to alternatives of time, focus, energy, whereas the more
birth
money you
control.
have, that too. And I think with the advent of smartphones and just the internet, global internet, I think even in relative poverty, I mean, COVID showed this. Like we have, even during COVID, was nothing to do. Like, did birth rates go up? Like, I don't think so.
And David's right, by the way, because the Collins have been talking about this, that Israel, and I think
my theory about Israel is just
the other demographic is the sort of Appalachian American conservative, maybe the MAGA conservative.
My theory about Israel is twofold. One is that if the Amish comprised like 20 or 30% of America, we would be having a similar phenomenon, and that's the Hasidic Jews in Israel are now, I think, about 20 or 30%. Yoav certainly knows more about that than I do. But the second thing I suspect is going on with Israel is being surrounded by threats and enemies. It's that unifying force that keeps everyone together, social cohesion, and I think also instills a higher birth rate. Like when you have a purpose, and there's no greater purpose than like a common threat that binds the group together.
This is the upside of MAGA, right? Because pretty soon Canada is going to be our enemy. Mexico already is. So
we'll see if birth rates go up in Canada. They can bond over their hatred of Trump.
To Jan's point, that used to be true, Jan. It's no longer true. That the Mormon fertility rates are actually also dropping, more in line with the kind of monoculture.
But for me, not exactly pushing back from Neil's point. But the problem is, well, the problem to what is that essentially Israel is pinned by generational trauma and paranoia. It's basically governed
Hey, it's not
by those.
paranoia if somebody really is out to get you, though.
Well,
Say
well,
trauma. Yeah, let's
yes,
say trauma.
true. I said trauma and paranoia, but yes, like in a way, I'm probably underselling it, and I didn't mean to, but at least at the top anyway. And it's just like a
Wait. I need to interrupt because James is actually exactly wrong. You can have paranoia and all the bad guys be out to get you. This is a Lacanian psychoanalytic point that like you can have paranoia and think that there's somebody out to get you, and there can be somebody out to get you, but that doesn't mean you're right.
Fair
You're
point.
just paranoid.
Meta paranoia. I like it.
Yeah.
I don't. I think you guys are ruling out.
Go ahead, Mark.
I think you guys are ruling out the individual. In Israel, what you see is it has something to do with the geopolitics of the region and the existential threat Israeli society is perpetually under. But I think you have young people who they have mandatory military service for men. I don't know if the women are mandatory or not.
Here comes
the
uniform.
serve. Is it a shorter term or something? It's not quite the same, but it is. They all serve, and they're all tested, and you're tested at a very young age, in a visceral existential way, and to survive that, you now know the chaos that children present, and the introduction, the value of loving romantic relationships. You're willing to gamble on love, so to speak, and gamble on making babies after you've been tested, because after being tested, you find out, oh, I can survive things. I can survive shakeups and disruptions, and I think that plays a big part in the fact that Israel is somewhat distinct in the Western world,
Mark,
in terms of birth rates.
You passed your opportunity. You passed up your opportunity to get in a comment about uniforms.
Well,
it's another way of saying it. I said the same thing, just in a different way.
Sorry, what I wanted to say was that the whole situation doesn't need to be this way, and I know that it's generational and all that stuff, but it doesn't really, like, the situation we're in right now didn't need to be this way. If we basically decided to, well, I say decided, but I mean, like, Israelis decided to just get out of the box of the cycle of perpetual, paranoia, trauma, and violence, all that stuff. But anyway, so yeah.
I don't know how they get out of that box. How do you propose they get out of a box how do you take a gun? I mean, how do you get someone's got a gun to your head. How do you remove that gun without engaging? And if you can't take it away, I don't know how you get them out of that box.
Well, for me personally, and I have to admit, it's more you can scream to me holiday in Cambodia if you really, about my opinions. But anyway, for me,
I don't understand what that means.
Okay, sorry. It's it's just a dead Kennedy's reference. Okay. Anyway, what I basically am thinking is that, for the most part, if I were master of the world or whatever, is that just take off the blockade and then from Palestine, and then just take off the reasons for people attacking you, and then build the generational bridges, and doing so you can also probably, I don't know, well, there's two stuff. There's the two-state solution, but I think that with Bibi, what it has done is a little bit too far for that situation to basically pan out. So basically just do another state, I guess, where both peoples are equal, and there's, but like I said, it's wishful thinking, maybe. And right now, that's all I can think about. It's more elaborate than this, but yeah. Anyway, sorry.
I mean, I don't know if we want to go down the rabbit hole of trying to discuss possible theories or strategies for how to resolve the
Sorry about
Israeli-Palestine
that.
conflict. I mean, it's a big topic, is all.
I speak about a lot of things without really being qualified to do it, but I'm really not qualified to speak. I feel like I'd have to be living in the region to be able to speak, to be qualified to speak about it. Really, the rest of us
I
are
want to hear.
theorizing.
I want to hear Mark Parker's thoughts on what I said. I mean, I'm basically being patriarchal and talking down to the Democratic Party, saying you got to shape up, son. But that's what I'm saying to them. Like, you got to stare in the mirror and say, well, do we want to feel expressed, or do we want to win? And do you think that they're doing that? You think they're actually having the self-reflection to say, this is where we're messing up and we need to change? Because I don't feel that at all from them. I mean, John Fetterman, there's a few others, from Gavin Newsom, but they're ostracized from the mainstream.
Right. I think part of the problem is
depends on the Democrats. Depends on the Democrats. So what specific issues would you have them address first? I mean, just so I know that we're on the same page. What are we not hearing?
I would make healthcare and affordable housing the center points of the Democratic platform. And actually, this is more ambitious. I don't think they can do it. But if they want to be pro-social, family, like the family, because the Republicans have abandoned the family, that the family is the important pro-social unit that we need to reward and attend to. And there's no focus from the Democrats on family whatsoever. I mean, not since Clinton and Lewinsky, and but and Democrats used to be a very pro-family party, very. So those three things I would say. Well, homelessness too, but let's say affordable housing, healthcare, family. Focus on the family. I think the third one is a hard one to get behind, but they could definitely do healthcare and affordable housing. And let me tell you, younger generations, they look at housing prices, go, what the heck? Like, this is impossible.
Right, the first two things there are obvious.
Well, let's let Mark. That is because Mark, you kind of made a provocation, then you had to go. So I actually really want to hear you expand on what it is you're trying to say. Because the point that started this was that McMo said there's a lot of former Democrats in the cabinet, right? And I added on to that by saying, there's been this like redefinition of what it is to be a right winger, right? People like Joe Rogan are now, or former Democrats are now clearly right wing. And then you weren't around to kind of defend what you were trying to say. So I would love to hear you, give you the time to sort of expand on what you were trying to say.
Well, okay. So healthcare, housing. What was the third plank, Neil? The healthcare, housing,
focus on the family,
and focus
on the family. The importance of the family.
So basically, take the family argument away from the Republicans. Would you say they've more or less, that's ground they've abandoned?
They've ceded that ground. Trump no longer has the high ground on family, especially with Musk. Like Musk's strategy for fixing the birth crisis is not a pro-family strategy.
Yeah, and okay, I'm a New Deal Democrat. That's always been my thing more than anything else, which was pretty old school, but also maybe further left than a lot of Democrats. Because I mean, I totally agree that in term housing, I've all the politics I've been involved in, healthcare, housing, and education. I wouldn't say family was as much a focus for me, but and I think Bernie was strong on all three. Most Democrats are strong. The Democrats, the AOC was strong on all three. The people who are weak on the subject of, I'll say, a particular on housing and
Healthcare.
well, on housing and education, are establishment Democrats who don't want to disrupt and on healthcare, who did not want to disrupt. They wanted to provide the service, but not disrupt the economic status quo. So every attempt within the urban centers controlled by Democrats, every attempt to deal with homelessness or housing prices or healthcare always involved a kind of hand in glove approach with insurance companies, contractors, etc. So that it becomes to build a unit of housing in Los Angeles 15 years ago cost like 600 grand per, right? So just to build some scrawny little 400 square foot cubicle for someone to live in LA was hundreds of thousands of dollars per unit.
Yeah, that's a problem.
And so of course it failed. Right. It failed because they didn't want to disrupt the moneyed class in the process. Same problem with Obamacare. People like me, old school left, so-called old school New Deal Democrats and leftists said single payer, cut out the middleman, cut the bullshit, provide the care. No, that was too disruptive. We're going to have to work with the insurance companies. We did that, and it's been it's not, you can't call Obamacare a success, but it's not a complete failure either. Education, same problem. So that's been the struggle between basically the old New Deal approach and the leftists, the social democrats, and the establishment corporate Democrats that Bill Clinton represented in the Democratic Party, and that Bill Clinton won that argument.
The opportunity as I see it is that Trump has punched a hole in the belief that the establishment as such is unchangeable, that major reforms can't be done when it comes to certain institutions, like let's say the Department of Education right now, etc. And if there was someone willing to upset their own constituency on the left the way that Trump was on the right, if there was someone who was willing to do that, they could punch giant holes in healthcare, and I mean holes in the right way, and say like, no, we're doing single payer. This is what we're doing. Boom. Or at least maybe go after the pharma companies first and say, we're negotiating on drug prices. This is what we're doing. Boom. And the same goes for housing prices, to say no city ordinances. You can no longer let affordable housing be built. Boom. Done. And well,
the left.
But nobody's been willing to. Yeah, nobody's been willing to upset the establishment on the left the way Trump has just been like, yeah, I don't care.
I'm not sure I understood the last part. Go ahead.
Don't discount the Supreme Court in all of this. And they've been a regular obstacle for the left in this country for the last 30 years, and that's something that. And the question is will Trump care? See, Trump is going to keep blowing things up, and I think the left is half willing to let him, and then try to rebuild from the wreckage. But go ahead, guys. I tried to answer your question in a way that Rod suggested. So,
isn't it more like 5 years, Mark? I mean, hasn't the Supreme Court been, since the Warren Court, really been primarily left until much more recently than that?
Not really. It's more centrist, I think, and with the judge or two that
Yeah, I mean,
was
you're right.
more.
It's not left. You're right. You're right. It's not. It
It's
has
not
not.
been this kind of right wing court. This is a
Yeah.
fully held right wing court now, and that's new.
Yeah.
But it's
Fair point.
been, like you said, moderate to. It's very establishment oriented and very much. I mean, there was a point at which we were taught. I mean, people like me that I talked to some people, local California Democrats and we would fantasize about a wealth tax, but we all know that wouldn't survive. It wouldn't survive the courts. Um, but ultimately, we're going to
you
have a
don't.
wealth tax to correct the certain things. But go ahead.
I think wealth tax is a terrible idea. I think it's a horrible idea. You're going to get all your big investors
You don't see a
parking their
need.
money
You
over.
don't see a need. You don't see a need to ultimately, just as we constrain the monopolies after at the end of the Gilded Age. We don't you don't see a need ultimately to do a radical redistribution of wealth and power from the moving things out of, or at least redistributing power and wealth out of the billionaire class. I mean, we just
I think if you eliminate the elevated income tax loopholes where Warren Buffett pays 10% income on investments, if you would just eliminate that and you make it an elevated income tax that's flat. What I mean by flat is like, oh, it doesn't matter if it's in this type of investment account versus that type of it. You just make it flat, elevated income tax.
They bury their wealth.
The problems.
If you're interested in redistributing wealth, if you're interested in all of the gobbledygook that Neil was talking about, which is not financial advice, mind you, if you are interested in that kind of thing, the stuff that's not financial advice, well, there's only one thing to do, and it's donate to my Ko-Fi. Thank you. Let's now back to the.
God bless America.
I would suggest look at tax saving strategies that accounting maneuvers that the very, very wealthy engage in that basically allows them to, on paper, live income free while growing their wealth in ways that are unprecedented in American history, and yet they have very little taxable income. And I don't. For us, this is where part of me is really interested in seeing what Trump does with all this. I mean, I'm really interested in if they really are serious about breaking up the old ways. See how far they go. I doubt it's going to touch Elon, but we'll see. Because ultimately, it will have to come to Elon.
If the right discovers economic populism, they'll have a 30-year run.
They could. They could
and balance the budget, and they might.
Yeah.
I don't know. Doge is only nibbling at the edges. I mean, it's what is our debt? 6% of GDP, something like that.
Yeah, 6 or 7. Yeah, I think.
Like if Trump figures out a way to lower healthcare costs even slightly, or lower housing costs even slightly, universally, game over. And he'll probably do that, but within 4 years.
What all the tea leaves I'm reading is they're overtly signaling to the asset class, like, get ready, because the value of assets is going to go down, and that's real estate, that's equities. I don't think they have as much control over this as they are trying to have, but I'm predicting a debt crisis. There's going to be a credit crisis, probably. None of this is financial advice, by the way. That they're doing everything they can to lower bond premiums, but to some extent that's out of their hands, right? And as the debt rolls off and rolls off at higher rates, then that takes a larger and larger share of the budget just to pay the interest, right? So, you may get what your wish, Mark, but not so much in a wealth tax, is just a significant haircut to, the holders of capital. And then things like Social Security, well, if you just if you just take the cap off of it, so people are paying, it's not capped at whatever 150 grand a year, whatever it is now. I mean, there are ways you could save Social Security too. So I have a feeling you may see a lot of policies that aren't so advantageous to the super rich.
Well, see, just the way our basic tax code works right now, and I'll put it in real simple terms. Simply put, my investment, if I'm investing in something that the government considers beneficial, I can deduct that investment from my income. So, and I can invest, if I'm wealthy enough, I can invest all of my income and basically zero out my taxable income, and yet grow my wealth, borrow on borrow on my assets, live off what I've borrowed. That is, live off the loan, repay the loans over, basically paying myself, and do this in perpetuity while growing my net wealth. So now I'm painting this as really big, broad strokes, but that's roughly how a lot of it works. So you can have, this is how guys like Warren Buffett can, what does it have, 2%, pay 2% income tax, because, and that's a guy who probably is supposedly a straight shooter. Then you have really nefarious characters out there who play the system in the extreme and don't care at all, have no moral qualms or ethical restraints. Until you change you're going to have to radically change the tax code to address these problems. Now, how do you give in this economy, in a really big economy, how do you give people a haircut when capital just simply goes? It's like trying to put a water balloon in a box, right? You push on one end, the balloon pops out on the other of the economy. So it's something. Whenever the economy shrinks in one area, it grows in another, just because money runs to where it finds the most safety, right, or growth. So I don't know. It seems to me like, short of a Great Depression or a war, that's really where the big changes always happen, right? Is you have a war, and then a big war, and then and the wealthy, really, that's where they get the big haircuts, right? And yet historically, they always recover over a period of decades after, if the society survives, which is what happened in Europe. I don't know, Rod, what do you think? I mean, do you see, how do you go ahead?
I don't like wealth taxes structurally. Not their aim as much as I think it's an inept way of trying to deal with the problem you're describing. Because just the actual implementation of it, right? That means you have to liquidate assets to do it. You got to sell, right? And you're so many things are not mark to market, right? So, there's this utopian idea that you can know what the value of something is because you're looking at things like bond prices or stock prices. If it's a publicly traded company, sure, but everything else has to be assessed, right? So you're constantly trying to figure out what something is actually worth. And so then, okay, fine. I'm going to move all my wealth into things that can't be easily valued, right? So I just don't think I actually understand and I'm sympathetic to the impetus of what you're saying. I just don't know that it's a particularly good, a very effective way to do it. And it does feel a little bit of a kind of like soak the rich. It has a little bit of it feels more motivated by resentment than by actual economic policy. So I'd rather we lived in a society where it's a lot easier to start businesses. It's a lot easier to hire people to have an idea and make it happen. So for me, it's more about reducing the regulatory pressure. It's about finding ways to make I agree with some of the things you said earlier, Neil, about like eliminating some of the loopholes and those kinds of things. But my main point is that if your goal is something like a redistribution, the asset holders, not just of the U.S., of the globe, are actually really vulnerable. There's if you look at sort of the asymmetry of the upside versus the downside risk to people who are holding assets, there's a lot of downside. And so you may get.
It depends on what level, what class of asset holder are you talking about?
Well, anybody who holds assets. Go ahead. No, go ahead.
Well, okay. Let's say the stock market tanks, right? Everybody knows who's in it. That if you got cash, that means you've got a buying opportunity. And Elon has nothing. I mean, for him, you crash a part of the stock market. It's just because he's got so much wealth. It's just a buying opportunity. And he'll buy. And of course, and a buying opportunity just means once people have bought, then that whatever stock or bond or whatever will just increase in value again because people are putting money into it. So these ups and downs benefit those who have quite a bit. Now, if you have a little, if say your assets are under 10 million, that still puts you in the top 1% in the country because most people don't own anything, right? And so, like half the country has a negative net worth. But for those who have, you can have 10 million. If you have 10 million or less in assets, you're vulnerable. Absolutely. Very vulnerable.
Well,
and the people who are going to soak you are going to be the very, very rich.
When I say vulnerable, I mean a significant reduction to their wealth. If you're hoping to see them, on the streets eating ramen noodles, well, then maybe not, right? But I'm not.
No, I think a catastrophic loss would be 50%, right? I mean, I could easily see. I could see that happening.
Totally, and I'm not one of the people who thinks everything.
And I'm not for that.
Right. I don't see everything up and to the right as anything like gospel. The last 80 years doesn't necessarily have anything to do with the next 80 years. Because I think our whole system has been goosed in about every way you could. I mean, every time there's a crisis, we goose it some more, right? Using debt or zero interest rates or whatever we do, right? And so, my position is that the whole system is incredibly, incredibly interconnected and complex, and quite prone and vulnerable to significant resets, and that's going to hurt most the people who hold assets. That's the point I'm making. I'm not, there will always be rich people. That's not so much my interest. I'm just saying that the point that you're making about, well, how do we have some kind of redistribution? I say the way you make a redistribution is you have more populist economic policies to make it easier for people to, start businesses and make a living, and empower labor relative to capital in that exchange. So there's a lot of things you can do that aren't wealth taxes, is my point.
I want to make free primary care healthcare. I'm not saying necessarily for specialists or things like that, but I'm saying the things that everyone needs. If you're a woman, cervical cancer screening, mammogram. If you're human, colonoscopy. If you're a man, prostate cancer screen. All those things. If you get sick, you get treated. Like, it should just be the simple stuff free, and I know, and I also want to open more advanced practice nurses and advanced practice caregivers. That's nurse practitioners, physician assistants, for more primary care. Doesn't have to be a full-blown physician to do that. Yeah, like something just like that, to say we're going to make. Yeah. But that's what I'm saying. Like bold.
More doctors.
No, you
don't.
Nurses. You need more training for advanced practice parishioners for the simple primary care stuff. You need more nurse practitioners and physician assistants. That's what you need more of.
Those are highly skilled fields that involve. I mean, you might be able to.
It's not 8 years of med school, though.
Yeah, but it's still a big investment, and where you're going to have to get those people, and you're going to have to invest
It's 5
in
or 6
the
years.
institutions to increase the number of graduates that they
Well,
produce.
every PA school is basically has a waiting list. I mean, they're all jammed with applicants because everybody
Yeah,
sees the mid levels as the future, and they're probably right.
there's a bottleneck of capacity,
I
right?
don't
We're
know
just-
why I don't know why they aren't expanding the schools. I know and same goes for physicians too, but yeah.
Physicians, I don't know. Like that's a pretty inefficient way. Like if cramming somebody's head full of recallable knowledge is the solution to healthcare, that's a 100-year-old model at least, right? I don't know that that's necessarily the smart way to.
It's experience in the field. It's the residency. It's yeah.
Diagnostics is all going to be taken over by AI. That's
correct.
What you believe or not, someone who's actually in a healthcare facility every day, 7 days a week right now, it's what you need are people who handle the bedpans, who feed, who provide hands-on caregiving and nursing. That's a huge shortage, and those are the people that there's no educating anyone out of that. But people, what they do is the people who are in the industry, the goal is to get yourself educated out of those positions so you don't have to do that work anymore. But the people we even more than nurses, and we need nurses at all levels, are people who really work the grunt at the grunt level. And I see it's a constant rotation, because it's hard work, it's backbreaking, it's miserable, it's humiliating, and it's thankless, and you're always willing to go to the next highest bidder. And so these facilities see a constant rotation of skill. And then what do? The people who are right now, we're shutting down immigration because Americans don't want to do those jobs. Or if they do, they want California levels of pay.
Well, if you Google, I did this the other day. I Googled and I asked Gemini what percentage of jobs in the U.S. would be considered knowledge work, and I think the number was 76%. And if you see a machine coming along that does knowledge, human knowledge, as well as a human ever will, doesn't get tired, doesn't need a vacation, then there's a significant number of jobs that are going to, a computer will do it better than they will, right? And so to the point you're making, I'd be short anything requiring a credential, and I'd be long anything that actually looks like real work. So, taking actual care of people is real work and valuable, and it may take a while to get there, but that means eventually it will have to be quote unquote valued by the society, because it will be quote unquote valued by the marketplace. You'll just simply have to pay people to do work that is otherwise unpleasant.
I've yet to see them do it though, Rod. I'm standing there, I get in arguments with management, admin on a regular basis.
To me, that's the point about AI. That is the most disruptive thing you can say about AI, is that if you pride yourself on what you know, there's a computer that knows more than you do and faster, right? And if your job has analyst in the title, if your job has anything where you think that you're doing some kind of special kind of thinking or reporting or whatever, it's going to do all that better than you, right? So that's what I'm saying. That's highly deflationary to the credential class, but it's actually beneficial to the blue collar worker, the actual working class, the people who actually do real work.
Embodied work.
Yep. The person who changes the sheet is going to be around long after the administrator of the facility has been replaced by a computer. It's just, but the managerial class, so to speak, whatever you want to call it, the people who run these institutions, do not, and I see no hint that they will ever value the people who actually do the physical labor. The only time they do is when those people unionize. Oh,
No,
that's
I
leftist.
think if anything, AI is hitting management first, middle management, and even upper management.
But the
'Cause you
money, the
just don't.
savings are not going to the people who do the work. They continue to fight adequate pay to attract adequate numbers of qualified people. And I say qualified, people who care, people who have the basic skills to do the work. They continue to disparage and resist adequate compensation. And what do they do with the profits that they make off of technology? They pocket it, and it goes to where the money already is. Right? I mean, is anybody seeing something different?
I know a lot about supply and demand economics, so I'm not saying that there's
has it
not.
changed?
No, there's pressure on employers to pay the least that they can get away with, and there's pressure on employees to move to the highest paying position that they can get hired to do, whatever they're worth. It's free market.
And when you constrain, sorry, Rod.
If you've ever watched somebody lay hot asphalt in, say, the middle of July in Austin, Texas, it's like 110 degrees. It's like, that's real work.
They get paid six figures, though, right?
Yeah.
They get paid well.
Exactly. If you're going to get people to do that kind of work, you're going to have to pay them. That's essentially the point I'm making.
I think eventually we'll have robots doing those jobs, though.
Some of them, not all of them, but you're right.
Yeah.
There are some. I mean, that actually is probably a good example of something that could be mechanized. Actually,
it has always kind of puzzled me, and this is a point that was made very salient during COVID with the whole like supply chain idea and the like necessary work and all of that kind of thing. But I've thought about this as a kid watching Dirty Jobs with Mike Rowe. It's like my Mike Rowe populism was birthed because I was like, why aren't the garbage men getting paid more than the executive in the suit? Like there does seem to be this kind of inherent thought where it's like the least enviable jobs are actually least enviable oftentimes based on the job and based on how little you get paid. Right? Like if you got paid six figures to be the garbage man, I think you'd have a lot more people lining up to take out the garbage. So
well, a lot of those jobs actually are increasingly paying quite well. The issue now is status, right? So at least so far, the fact that you're a successful plumber and you got 3 trucks and 8 guys working for you, whatever, that doesn't necessarily give you the status points, but it is actually a viable path in terms of income.
I think I heard somebody tell me it was either plumbing or HVAC work. And I think they said something like 5 years out after starting, you can be a young guy in his 20s, and with 5 years of experience, be pulling in $60,000 to $80,000 a year in these fields.
Yeah. Oh yeah.
Just doing in California here.
Yeah.
I believe it because there's a shortage, and they're still having a hard time. One plumber told me he couldn't find an apprentice to help him. He was looking for somebody who would stick with him long enough to take over the company for him.
So yeah,
so he could retire.
The way we're talking, is this left wing or is this right wing?
I don't even know anymore.
Right? I mean, I'm it's a rhetorical question. I don't know if I'm
Right.
left or right when I say what I'm saying.
Right.
Why is that? Tell me why.
Are you asking?
Tell me why.
Well, so Tyle's saying it's right, and I'm like, okay. So what's right wing about wanting people who, like plumbers, to make more money? Like, what's the right wing angle on that?
It's anti what's the word? Neil, transhumanism.
Okay.
All right.
Okay, so it's like traditional or something. It's like, you know, an honest day's work for an honest day's pay. Kind of is that?
Yeah, what's more right wing than a blue collar?
But that used to be the Democrats. That's what I'm saying. That was the heart of the Democratic Party.
Yeah, I guess there's a with the sense of the vibe shift, which is what I guess you're pointing out by asking
Oh.
that question.
Yeah.
There is a we can either exist in the vibe shift of what left and right used to be, or to make most point, try to figure out what is it now. And I think now it would be accurate to say, yeah, that's very much a right wing thing.
I think
And
part of the go ahead.
No, go for it.
Part of the left-right divide, as I understand it, is that conservative psychology tends to be about embracing the societal norms that have been established, and the leftist mentality is about pushing full forward, being unsatisfied with the way things are, embracing change. So if you have a certain amount of change that happens in society, and we call that progressivism because it's the left pushing for change, and then you have 20, 30, 40 years where those changes then become normative, then the people whose psychology says, let's hold on to the traditions that we have, are now saying, let's hold on to the things that we are used to now, even though those used to be changes 30, 40 years ago. They're not changes anymore. Now they're the norm, and now we want to hold on to them. And so this is part of the mechanism that keeps redefining what it means to be left versus right.
It's plausible.
So, for example, the drug use, somebody mentioned that earlier, right? Where, you know, you got people like, what's his name? Rogan, right? Pushing for drugs. And I think that we had a couple of generations where drug use became kind of normative, right? The 60s and the 70s. And so, you know, we have a lot of people that are Generation X and boomers remembering back to when that was progress to them, right? And now they're holding on to this kind of, they're normalizing it, right? It's just normal to them now. And so they don't see it as change. They see it as something they're used to. And so it's confusing the difference between what the left and the right is. And I myself don't even know half the time anymore. Like, I don't even know a lot of times what I would be considered in terms of my own views and values. I don't identify as left anymore. I don't identify as conservative either. So I don't even know where the hell I'm at on the map.
Join the club.
Yeah.
Well, I want to say goodbye to you, lovely folks. Been nice to chat with you for a while. My ass is starting to get sore. I gotta
get a standing desk like me.
Move around.
Thank you, Rod.
Yeah. Right,
Thank you, Rod. Thank you.
All right. See you soon.
Bye, Rod.
The balance of the screen is what's most important to me. So it's been nice though that, you know, Neil, you've really helped me out today. You've hosted pretty much the whole time, so I could just pop in and annoy people by interrupting them with branding. So I really appreciate that. What do we think, guys? We got more conversation left in us, or should we move to final thoughts? I'm okay with either.
I'm okay with either too. I did want to ask you about that conference you guys keep talking about. It mentioned something about the Spirit, and I wasn't sure if that was a religious, like Holy Spirit reference, or if it was about something broader than that.
Good question. When is that conference?
Midwestuary 2025, August 22nd through the 24th in Elmhurst, Illinois. A weekend you won't want to miss, with special guests Cale Zeldin, Paul Vanderklay, Rod Dreher, Elizabeth Oldfield, John Vervaeke, and Jonathan Peugeot. Midwestuary 2025, the Fellowship of the Spirit. Stay tuned for more details. Visit us at midwestuary.com for ongoing updates.
So basically, I think the easiest foot in the door for you to that kind of terminology is to say we at least mean that there is a shared vibe. That, like, you know, you could take it even like a Hegelian Geist, and to say that that there's a zeitgeist is not that big of a leap for a materialist brain. And so that's the kind of the pathway through. I think that the author of that phrase was Jordan Hall, and he used it to describe a certain type of feeling he would get when a conversation kind of held this tension of like serendipity, but also being exactly what it was kind of meant to be. It was kind of both exactly right and unexpected. And so there was this, there's this kind of sublime feeling, I guess. So that's the kind of progenitor of it. I don't necessarily think that that should be like a barrier or a light for moths to flame to. But I think it does a good job of describing a little bit of the vibes that we've felt in this little internet community, which I think I'd like to rebrand the TLC as this liminal clearing, instead of this little corner. I think that'll suffice to keep the Peterson sphere heads off of our backs for a little while. So like a slightly better name, because those guys have a real ear and eye for marketing. They really care about what things like sound like, so that you can get to the masses. So I appreciate them for that. But yeah, that would be my basic attempt at like shedding some light on what we might mean by fellowship of the spirit. I'm sure Neil and Taya would have maybe slightly different takes.
Might go back to something I said earlier. When you have a original thought, James, or something that you consider an original thought or creativity in the classical sense, where does that come from? When someone inspires you, or when someone changes your mind about something, or what is it that's doing the changing? What is it within you that's being animated, changed? You can call it whatever you want. A lot of people, secular folk, don't like the word spirit. When everyone else stands up at a basketball game or a soccer match, football, what is it that motivates you to do the same? Now for the autistic, maybe nothing, but we seem to be influenced. And you could say, oh, it's just certain chemicals in my brain that are changing me and influencing me. But we don't really understand that scientifically. And anyone who says we understand that scientifically, I don't think they know the full story. So that's what we mean by spirit. And what does it mean to be in a group that shares some commonalities? And we don't know what those commonalities are, but we sort of trust. Like when you join, it's kind of a leap of faith, James, that when you join this chat, that it's worthwhile. It's a leap of faith in your time and your focus and your attention, your energy. So what is it that encourages you to make that leap of faith in joining us in just a conversation versus any other countless things that each of us could be doing at this present day and age? So what are the spirits that influence us, that guide us, that control the desire? I shouldn't say control, mold, push the desire within our own hearts. Yeah. I would say the spirit framing is a rejection of the top-down Nietzschean Übermensch, that we are all the individual masters of our own destiny. Anything dealing with spirits thoroughly rejects that. Anyone who's been drunk knows full well that they are not masters of their own house, so to speak. So
sure. Yeah, that makes sense to me. I like to think of us as parts of one larger living, breathing whole. And so, it's that interplay between us that encourages growth, and that satisfies some of that crisis of meaning and connection and inspiration. I think is about imagination. It's about being introduced to a paradigm shift, not a 180, but just to take what you've already got, how you already think, how you already feel, what you've already experienced, and put it into a new context where you can appreciate these things in a broader way, in a more interconnecting way. So I love the idea of it, other than if I just ignore the religious part of it, right? Because I'm not religious, and appreciate that there's something else going on there. And this is, for me, I think it's a handicap for the atheist community, which I normally run with, is that all they hear, all they see, and all they understand about what's happening over in religion are the dogmas, are the rhetorics, and the control systems. They don't appreciate this thick layer of experience that is connecting people in ways that are meaningful, and either because they themselves don't feel it, or because they used to feel it, now they feel like they've got to reject all of it because they've deconverted. Now it's all bad. It's all junk. It's all got to go. And it disconnects them from the reality of the experience that they once had, because they're throwing out the baby with the bathwater. So this is why I like coming into this space, even though I'm not religious, because I can appreciate things in a broader context, and you guys help bring that to a focus in a way that I can't get anywhere else. I hope that made sense.
Yeah, no, when I was talking about maybe 2 hours ago, curiosity, that's great. Yeah, no, I think there's a dearth of curiosity in our world today, and I think you guys are nothing but curious about nothing if but curious, and I think that's admirable. And yeah, it's good to see you guys.
Yeah, same. And Mark S. got some great commentary over there in chat about, the Hebrew word for spirit, meaning wind, the breath of life, winds of change, right? There's this, and it's not just a spiritual or metaphorical concept. It was also a very real, very physical concept as well, because we are all breathing in and breathing out, and we're sharing each other's air, we're sharing each other's experience. And if you were to see all the living organisms in an ecosystem as a heat map, for example, you would see this larger living, breathing whole of constantly exchanging heat with the different mechanisms within the same environment. You begin to appreciate that all the individual actors on that stage aren't as independent or individual or isolated as they think or as they feel, because we're part of this constant exchange of energies. And one of the ways that we exchange energies between us is through the spoken word, through experience, through connection. And it's just another layer of the things that tie us all in together. And in doing so gives us a greater life. So thank you for that, Marcus. You're right on cue with that.
That sounded very deep to me. I might be dumb, because it could also just very well be Deepak Chopra. Oh man, I fumbled the joke. Deepak Chopra. It reminded me of Deepak Chopra, but it could be deep. I've embarrassed myself. Somebody play some branding to get me out of this. Somebody.
The deepest of the chakras.
The deepities.
Oh boy, I really ruined it now, boys. What have I done? Tayo, get it off your chest. You've been you've been
if I can, mate. I'm not gonna lie to you. I think it's
you've been a lion in the comments and a fox on stream. Come on, what's going on?
you know what Paul said. I'm meek in person, feisty through letters.
Right, Brian's got me thinking about it too. He says the whole nihilistic we're dirt thing, but then seeing that God put wind into the dust and made Adam, and that wind continues to blow to this day through the 7 billion souls walking around now. And I think that's a great way to put it. I think of inspiration as stirring ashes to embers, right? The hearth of our soul. And so we might sometimes feel dead inside, or gray, or not very alive. And then somebody comes along with an experience to share with us that stirs those ashes around and exposes that inner warmth, that inner glow that we have to the air, to the oxygen, to the wind that is life. And in doing so, they bring new fire to it. They make us more alive in the experience.
I think until you play a man in football, Tayo, you don't know a man. So we're gonna check your soccer moves when you're in Chicago.
I just really enjoy James. I just like listening to him, and I'm so grateful he spoke before I did, because he took us in a much more poetic and beautiful direction. I was just gonna whine, which I don't even feel like I'm in the mood to.
Well, thank you, Tayo. I appreciate that. I'm just sitting here over, and I got a second tab open. I've got the Deepak Chopra random sayings generator, and I'm just reading whatever it says. And I
well
hope it
done,
sounds
James.
I don't like okra.
Well, you saved me.
That's great. That's great. Thank you, James.
Yeah.
What a mensch. What a mensch.
Thank you, guys. This has been a lot of fun and very thought provoking.
Also,
wait,
by the way, I checked out James's channel. You guys should subscribe. He also does live streams.
I appreciate that. And to be honest, I thought about streaming today, and I'm like, no. Part of the problem for me is even though I sometimes like talking about religion, it doesn't go anywhere, right? We just sit around, me and the other atheists, and I'm atheist. I'm not atheist, but I'm kind of in a gray, complicated zone on that stuff. But we just sit around talking about how much we don't like religion, and I'm like, it's all been said. Okay, yeah, we question the history. Okay, yeah, we have concerns about the ethics. Okay, yeah, we interpret things differently. But now what? Right? You can't build a community based on what you don't like or what you don't agree with or what you're pushing against. In order to build a cohesive community of people with shared experience, you need to appeal to common values and common experience and connection. And part of the problem that I have, even though I do value the discussions that happen over there, some of it's meaningful. I love coming over here for the very reason that those conversations have been done to death, right? I just sit there and I talk about the issues I care about because I do care about them. But it's frustrating for me because I don't want to humor the idea that there's this division in the world where there's the theists and the non-theists, or the conservatives and the progressives, right? All these black and white polemic narratives, I feel like aren't doing us any good, and the lines get blurred anyways. And I say, good, blur them, blur the hell out of them, because at the end of the day, we're all one larger living, breathing whole of people. And I don't want to discount the value and the reality of other people's experiences just because those experiences in those spaces weren't good for me. I didn't like my experiences in churches. I don't like the experience of, I don't know, reading a Bible. But I don't want to discount the value that other people get from those things. And it's very difficult for me. And so I'm not spending as much time over in my own space as I used to. I just feel like I don't know where to go with it. I really want to start a new channel, and this channel is giving me lots of inspiration right here at McMo Streams, because it's making me think outside the box that I'm used to, and I'm ready to move past it. I am. I'm ready to move past the atheist debate me bro culture. I'm tired of it. I don't like the energy of it, and I just feel like it divides us more than it unites people. And so while I do love the idea, please do come over, subscribe, check out some of what I had to say. But not because I think I'm some kind of guru sitting on a mountain and I want people to climb up and learn from me, but because I want people to say, hey, this is thought provoking. I might not agree with what James just said, but I think it could make for a good conversation. And then maybe we can come back over here to have it.
If you find a more interesting set of misfits on the internet, interesting and let's say relatable and able to have good dialogue with, I'd be interested to know, because I've looked far and wide across the interwebs and I've yet to find more relatable, more interesting, more
You
lovely
give Neil
group of
you give
misfits.
Neil the space to just let it fly, and he's already looking to leave us for a new exciting new shiny community. What's going on, Neil? What are we
Well,
now?
from time to time, James, we've said, like, where are the other corners? Like, where are the other? And we have made forays from our little community into other communities, and it never really lasts because most of those communities seem connected over, I'm going to say it, more shallow topics, I would say.
Neil, you're burying the lead. James just gave a near perfect grift for my channel. If only he had ended it with, and for that reason, I'm going to be donating to his Ko-Fi
To his Ko-Fi,
to get him to Midwest Shore Fellowship of the Spirit. If he had just said that, then it would have been perfect. But you're burying the lead, man.
Yes, and for that reason, I want everybody to contribute to the Ko-Fi, because we want to get McMo over to the conference so that he can help make things
Post the
happen.
link.
Post the link.
It's pinned, it's pinned, baby.
Right. And so real
That was adorable.
yeah. So I'm part of a larger network of channels. The hub of that network is called Myth Vision. Now, Myth Vision is mostly about academics. They interview historians and Bible scholars to talk about controversial developments in academia that buck against fundamentalism. And it's not trying to disprove Christianity. It's just saying that the larger discussion about academia isn't necessarily being correctly represented in common churches.
If they can disprove suffering, I will be interested. That would threaten my religious beliefs if they can disprove suffering.
I think I'd be offended if they tried to. I've seen people try to do that consciousness isn't real, therefore suffering isn't real. And that to me sounds like a cope when they say that. If I convince myself I'm not suffering, maybe I won't suffer so much. Like, good luck with that if that's where you want to go with it.
Yep.
All right, fellas, let's do final thoughts, starting with Tayo.
Don't start with me, but yeah, my final thought is something like I said in the chat, which is the Trump derangement syndrome is stronger on the right than on the left.
I don't know what that means.
It's a final thought. I don't have to explain.
Okay, very good, very good.
Yeah, no cross-examination on the final thoughts, James. Come on, man.
My bad. Bad etiquette.
Well, what's your final words, James? Unless Tayo, were you done? I think you were done, right? It's the TDS.
Yeah, yes, I was.
Is more potent on the right than the left. The left has already ravaged the left, and they've gotten immunity to it now. Though they're still kind of maybe perhaps under the weather. They haven't come back to their full strength. It's still knocked them out, but they're working towards immunity. Now the conservatives are starting to gain some TDS. I think it's a good point. James, what say you, sir, as final thoughts? You gave us some of the best final thoughts already, but do you have any kind of summation for our time here today? Did you have a favorite hot topic?
So I think for me that, I think it goes back to something that Neil was saying earlier about building communities that are better at being there for each other. And I do see a lot of people arguing about how we want to be more dependent on government and that the government isn't doing a good enough job being the teat that we suckle from. And I'm like, there's some truth to that. We will always need some form of government. But I do think that part of the solution going forward needs to be that we build more cohesive communities where we're more and more equipped and practiced at being there for each other. That's it.
Well said. Neil, what say you, sir?
The reason every faith journey begins with repentance, regardless of the specific faith, this is not necessarily Christian focused, but the reason that every faith journey begins in repentance, or every, I would say, significant life journey. Does that make every significant life journey a religious journey? Maybe. Okay, every faith journey begins with repentance is because there has to be that acknowledgement of insufficiency, of whatever is now is not enough, is insufficient in some way, shape, or form. And this goes back to everything we've been talking about, but I don't see the left or the Democratic Party or really changing until it regards itself as insufficient in some regard, until there's that repentance in some regard, like this is where we were wrong. And I do see some inklings of it, but not in general. And I'm not even saying that the right needs to do that too, and there will be that time for that for the right, but I think it's much further down the line for the right than for the left. I think the day of judgment is upon the left, but they can postpone it by avoiding the repentance cycle before they begin the journey back upward. And that's my hope, that they begin the journey back upward. That starts with the repentance. So that's it.
All right. Well, thank you for your final thoughts, gentlemen. And you're welcome to stay on as I review some of my starred comments today. This is something that if I can remember to do it while it's going and star some comments, it's fun at the end of the show to review whatever I starred. Nice little reminder of what we've been through today. The first one I starred, Phlebas saying lions and foxes, but McMo getting ripped by a walrus, referring to Mark Parker, which is devastating. Phlebas was on one today. He's many more stars to come, I believe. And then our friend Richard, I believe his name is, says neighbors can't change the tax code. unless you live next to the people who change the tax code. You know, if you don't live by the people who can change the tax code, maybe you need to move. Let your vote with your boots. PVK saying McMo cookout is cooking. I can't. That must have been when we started getting political. And then Phlebas once again says, "Dad's home and he's drunk." Rod. Yeah, that the whole kind of like dad's home meme is so weird because I'm like, what was your relationship with your father like? That a Trump presidency, and the analogy to a Trump presidency would be that daddy's home's like, are you telling on yourself that there's some weird things going on? I don't know. Maybe I'm reading too much into it. I think the analogy is a little weird. I don't like to think of Trump as my daddy, but maybe some conservatives do. Maybe they like that daddy's home. All right. Jason said, can the state actually save us from our own ideas of freedom? That's a little more deep than maybe we were going for in this one review. But then we have Cassandra saying, vibe shift, Mark Zuck growing a beard. I do think that this was the actual vibe shift. I think that Cassandra nailed it. We didn't really.
That's a W comment right there. I missed that one.
Yeah, we didn't. I don't think we did better than that. Yoav with human history is a chain of misery and strife. Better ignore it. Yeah, better ignore it. Better ignore it. All right. Weird Solosky. I hear about the meaning crisis a lot, but never about how meaning is what people that leave traditional lives are looking for. It's not a rejection of meaning, but of what their tradition offered. Yeah, I think as far as the meaning crisis go, I think the best kind of summation of it that I've heard recently is from a guy by the name of OG Rose, who says that basically the meaning crisis is a personal development crisis. So that if you were to, calling it a meaning crisis, what that makes you think is that if I only had meaning, then that would solve my crisis. But that's just a type of avoidance from the existential angst and fear of actually living. You know, that in order to improve oneself, one must overcome oneself. And that exists on the other side of a barrier of much fear and trepidation. Fear and trembling, one might say. Phlebas, I remember this one. McGilchrist talks a lot about this. One testicle is all mechanical and detailed, but we're forgetting about the big right testicle picture. We have forgotten why we have children. And Phlebas was in a particularly silly mood today, and I just love when that happens. And then the last one of the starred comments, Chris, who joined us. Thanks for hanging, Chris. And he gave us James's YouTube channel. A person non grata, without grace. Without grace. How could you say that about yourself? You seem like a very graceful individual, sir. But anyway, let's see. I've had 10 comments since that. But yeah, thanks for hanging, everybody. I'll play the beat that I've been making in the background. You guys didn't even hear this, didn't even hear me at all during the thing making it. But I did make it. And so here it is.
When I'm sitting with a new artist who wants to change the world. So, see if you can guess who said this. The world doesn't need any more songs. Matter of fact, nobody wrote any songs this day. The world ain't gonna suffer. Nobody cares. There's enough songs for people to listen to songs. Every man, woman, and child on earth, they could be singing probably each of them 100 songs, never be repeated. There's enough songs. Unless someone's going to come along with a pure heart and something to say. That's the different story. That is Bob Dylan.
Within those whatever, but now within the egalitarian structure comes in this binary, and now the binaries at war.
What's more feminine than whining about the opposition while you're in power?
Who's whining? I'm whining, but
I'm not right wing. I'm whining because I think there's value to having a strong left. I would rather.
I guess the point I was making without apart from just being a silly troll is that there's so I think the masculine feminine mode maps on to my understanding of the fox and the lion mode that PVK presents, and there's a sense in which the lions do have cultural cachet, and they've had it for a while now, but they're still complaining that the fox is the center of power, i.e. the monoculture, because media-wise, people have been saying the mainstream media has been dead for like at least 5 years, and evidenced by the fact that Joe Rogan got Trump and co-elected, if that's to be believed, as in Kamala not going on Joe Rogan played a factor. So there's a sense in which there's an institution outside of the mainstream institution that's already there and active, yet there's still this fight against establishment, which is seen as the. So I guess is the solution that everyone become
new artist who wants to change the world.
Rogan bro.
So see if you can guess who said this.
Why? Because I played it too. We're not just are we trying to do we want more fucks to be fucked, to be lions?
Nobody wrote any songs. This
Well, I like
that world ain't gonna suffer. Christian brought in became feminine. There's enough songs for blues. Remember toxic masculinity. Every man, woman, and child on earth they can be said probably it's used interchangeably with masculinity a lot. And I think there's enough songs hang on if you're gonna call something toxic masculinity, you're at least implying there is something else called something we say positive. That's the difference. Masculinity, right? Healthy masculinity, right? And so if you wanted to imagine there would be a quiet as Bob Dylan of masculinity and feminine, masculine and feminine. Arguing the vote yesterday, and I call it capital F feminist. Hang on, let me finish. I actually think it's fine. I was actually talking about this yesterday, and I was somewhat placing at the feet of Christianity. And Christianity doesn't really have, it has been a blind spot for the unleashed agency of women, starting with suffrage and everything that's come since, right? With women in the public sphere and unleashed of female sexuality. We have a bit of a blind spot as to we've got Mary, at least the Catholics do. We have a sense of this kind of virginal perfection. We don't have anything for the other side of that, which is how dark feminine can be at times, right? So actually all four parts need to be part of that conversation. That was Peterson's. That was his addition to, basically the Catholic Union. When I'm sitting with a new artist who wants to change the world. So, see if you can guess who said this. The world doesn't need any more songs. As a matter of fact, if nobody wrote any songs this day on, the world ain't gonna suffer. Nobody cares. There's enough songs for one listens. Every man, woman, and child on earth they can be said probably 100 songs, never be repeated. There's enough songs. Unless someone's gonna come along with a pure heart and something to say. That's a different story. That is Bob Dylan.
Oh, As we always love us and not coming of our Savior Jesus Christ.